Wasted World of Sports, let's go. We have got your Sunday ticket well and truly covered here. Kicking off with the first game coming up very soon, about 9 minutes' time. Approximately 9 minutes' time. The Canterbury Bulldogs return to their spiritual home of Belmore as they host the winless West Tigers. I don't think the Tigers are going to stay winless for very long. Probably won't be here today, though. I'm well and truly on the Bulldogs. Terrible start to 2023 for the Tigers. Really disappointing. Both of these teams were just abysmal in week one. At least the Bulldogs turned it around with their second performance. Not so much for the Tigers. They continued to be absolutely abysmal. So we've got to keep an eye on them. I think they're just waiting for something to click. Api Koroisau, he needs to lead from the front. But I just don't know if Api Koroisau's enough. There were so many times last week where Koroisau was creating a lot of opportunity. Would help if I'm on the right screen. Okay. Let's try this again. Canterbury Bulldogs. Okay, there's that logo. Good. Versus the West Tigers. There's that logo. Good. Okay. Bobsy, welcome along, mate. You're still... Well, first of all, you've said Penrith Bulldogs. It's starting to get a bit that way, isn't it? We can't ignore the obvious right in front of us. Penrith Bulldogs versus the team who make more errors than a PC running on Windows XP. Hey now. Can we say Windows Vista? I liked XP. Very big fan of Windows XP. Windows Vista, on the other hand, that was a dog's breakfast. And you're still smiling from the Roosters win. You absolutely should be. What a victory for the Sydney Roosters against the team that has quickly become my most hated team for 2023, the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Thanks largely to Cody Walker and his attitude problems. That's the nice way of saying it, I suppose. It is funny, though, watching Cody Walker lose his cool, turn into an overgrown child, and make mistakes. It is always funny seeing that. Like against Penrith. When he tried to get pulled into the argy-bargy, and he tried to needlessly shove the Panthers player and ended up knocking the ball on in the play of the ball. That was fantastic. And of course, when he lost his cool against the Roosters the other night, he really went off the boil, didn't he? And of course, when the push and shove was happening, who ran all the way over to get involved in it? Cody Walker. He's not the only one, of course. Let's not have people having a go at me for singling out Cody Walker. I'm singling out Cody Walker right now because we're talking about the Rabbitohs and specifically Cody Walker. There are, of course, other players who do that too. Just Cody Walker is, for mine, the most noticeable right at the very moment in the NRL. He's too busy getting caught up in the push and shove and the off-the-ball stuff. If the guy just focuses on playing footy, he's a good player. He's not Origin-level good player, but he's a good, very high-quality club player. Sucks at Origin level. But then we can say that about a lot of the Blues, unfortunately, can't we? A lot of the New South Wales players can't make that step up. Anyway, why are we on to Origin again? Origin's obviously a very big part of the rugby league landscape. Probably the biggest part. So much so that it's a burden to the international game. But why are we on Origin again? Oh well. Bulldogs Tigers kickoff coming up next. Wasted World of Sports here to cover all the action for you on this Sunday afternoon. And then, of course, after this game, we're off to Canberra, the nation's capital, where my Cronulla Sharks have to try and break an 8-game losing streak. Bloody 8-game losing streak against the Raiders needs to be snapped tonight. Can you believe that? The Sharks have lost their last 8 games on the trot against the Canberra Raiders, Ricky's Green Goblins. Hopefully that all changes here today. Wasted Water Sports Sunday Ticket. Vopsy says, does the Super League have anything similar to Origin? I don't think they do. I can't imagine how they would, really. Maybe they do, and I'm just not aware of it. Rugby Union doesn't have anything remotely similar to the State of Origin. Their focus is on the international game. Interesting. Very interesting. I've got to go for the Bulldogs in this one. I think it will be a lot closer than people are expecting, though. I can't imagine that the West Tigers are going to be as horrible as they have been every game in the season. Both teams will be desperate for different reasons. The Bulldogs will be desperate to prove that they have turned things around and it wasn't just a one-off, their last victory. Excuse me. But the Tigers have got it all to play for, don't they? They have got it all to play for because they have just been absolutely abysmal to start the 2023 season. Sharks are favourite to win without Hines. That's insane. It is, really. No Nico Hines. I'm still not sold on that. I may do a last-minute swap to the Raiders. There is just something about traveling to Canberra, especially, that the Sharks don't do well at. I mean, 0-8 from their last 8 matches against Ricky's Green Goblins has to tell you something. Their number one playmaker is still out with an injury. I don't think the Sharks are as clear-cut favourites as the bookies are suggesting. I've had to go for them because they're my team. You've got to go for your team. Because the Raiders have been far from impressive themselves. But it doesn't seem to matter what state that the Raiders are in. The Sharks are their bunnies. I mean, 8 in a row is very telling. For any team against anybody, 8 in a row is just insane. Let's not get back to Origin. But yes, we've got a very big Sunday afternoon of footy action. Kicking off momentarily with the Bulldogs versus the Tigers. 2 teams that I've got a little bit of a soft spot for. My soft spot runs a little deeper for the Bulldogs. I have been predicting the Bulldogs turnaround for 3 seasons now. And they haven't delivered. There's a few extra pieces to the puzzle in their team lineup this season. So I really did once again think this could be their year where they return to finals footy. I'm starting to doubt that, given the way they started the year and their history over the past couple of seasons, where they certainly haven't lived up to potential. But I dare say that they should still be good enough to defeat the West Tigers, especially on current form. Current form or not, I would have to have the Bulldogs at home, tipping the Tigers. Hooper Productions, ahoy! You're a Sharks fan and you think they will win because they did win against the Eels without Hines and do actually go all right without him. Yes, I don't think Nico Hines is necessarily the issue. I've been supporting the Sharks now for a long time, a very long time. Pretty much for as long as I've been into rugby league, I've been going for the Sharks. There's a couple of teams and a couple of stadiums. The Sharks, regardless of the strength of their team, they just don't go well against. The Sharks, for example, just cannot play at Suncorp Stadium. Doesn't matter if they're playing the Broncos or not. They just can't play at Suncorp Stadium. Magic Round is always a disaster. It doesn't matter who we're playing. But Suncorp against the Broncos, it's like it's even worse. The Broncos can be fighting for the wooden spoon and the Sharks fighting for top spot, and they'll still come to Suncorp and struggle. And unfortunately, another stadium and another team that they always seem to struggle against, no matter what the strength of both respective teams are the Canberra Raiders. For whatever reason. Like I said, Hines or no Hines, it doesn't matter. They've lost their past 8 games in a row against the Canberra Raiders. For some reason, the Sharks just can't play against the Raiders. I'm hoping that all changes tonight. Records, of course, are made to be broken. Streaks are made to be broken. Can the streak be broken right here tonight? And can we cover it live? A little piece of 9-year history. Bobsy says, Dan, the Dolphins are going to smash the Broncos next week. Bennett's going to do Bennett things. Yeah, I'm not sold on the Broncos. I'm really not. I'm sold on the Dolphins. I'm not sold on the Broncos yet. They played very, very well in week 1 to pip the Panthers. But they beat them by 1 point, and the Panthers were completely off the boil. Completely off. They nearly slipped up the other night at home against the Dragons. The Dragons, of all teams, pumped the Broncos right down to the last 10 minutes. And then I don't know what the hell happened in that last 10 minutes. Josh Adokar leading the Bulldogs out onto Belmore. We have got a packed crowd here to cheer on the Bulldogs at home. Let's get this game up and running. Too late for me to change my tip. I was not going to change it anyway. Oh, God, I haven't updated the scoreboard. I'm sorry about that. Okay, scoreboard. Oh, well, Vobsy will be happy. He needs a reminder about the Roosters' victory the other night. I knew I'd forgotten something. All right, Bulldogs, Tigers. There we go. That's better. That scoreboard looks amazing. There we go. All right. We're underway here. Belmore Stadium. Canterbury Bulldogs, West Tigers. I'm on the Bulldogs today. Oh, and I've got a multi on. Yes, okay. You can see that on the screen. Fantastic. A simple 3-leg multi that's going to pay over $100 should it come up. Brent Naden. Billy Army kick out, anytime try scorers. And I've gone for unders. I've gone for unders purely because West Tigers can't seem to score any goddamn points. And I can't imagine the Bulldogs scoring 42.5 on their own. Dustin Fisher, ahoy, mate. Welcome along. Welcome along to another Sunday ticket. Another NRL doubleheader. Ready to bring you all the action here on the Wasted Water Sports as the Bulldogs are picked up and driven back. And their first set of 6 only yields just over 40 metres for them. And Burton will be clearing from inside his own half. But that's a good kick, and it's an even better chase. Pressure on Norfoluma, but he handles it well. Do I live in Canberra? Me? No, I live in Brisbane. Brisbane. Or, as I like to call it at the moment, the 7th circle of hell. All 38 goddamn degrees of it. Fifth and last now, Tigers up to halfway. Both teams kicking from inside their own half. Dewey just plugs it in over the back of the winger and in front of the fullback. And Hayes Perrin brings it back for the Bulldogs. Easy as you like. Yes, the Olympics are coming to Brisbane in 2032. Work has already started on it, of course, and we're tearing the Gabba down. The Brisbane Gabba is getting torn down, starting from scratch. The Brisbane Lions had to go and find a new home stadium to play in. Both teams just feeling each other out. Nice and early in this one. The first couple of minutes gone. A kick on the fourth from Burton. Keeps it low and flat into the left-hand corner. It bounces awkwardly for Staines. Staines just taps it down with his knee and runs it back to the 30-metre line. Tackle 2, Tigers. Again, both teams not really trying anything expansive this early in the game. Just feeling each other out. Seeing who can get the first little smidge of an advantage. Now it goes through the hands for the Tigers. But only 2 passes out, and they're taken down just shy of the halfway line. Coruscant versus Kickow. Now that's what we want to see. And Kickow wraps him up. Those long arms all around him and takes him to ground. Fifth and last, Dewey goes high this time. It falls a metre out from the try line. Perham takes it on the full and then centralises the play. Almost gets through the tackle of Naden and is brought down 20 out. And a penalty here. There is the first little slip up. There's the first little advantage. And it goes the Bulldogs' way. A little bit too enthusiastic in defence there, the Tigers. Penalty for inside 10. And the Doggies can take this up to halfway and get the first attacking opportunity of the game. If they get through this set. All they need to do, just get through the set. Get a good kick away at the end. They go out to the left. Kickout keeps the ball. Fast moving. Taps it on to Burton. And Burton's brought down. Tackle 2. 30 out from the line. They are now midfield. Bulldogs, they will have an opportunity at the end of this set. Marnie out of dummy half. Spreading it out to the left. Burton takes it to the line. Kickout taps it on to the Fox. He's got a little bit of space, but has to step back in field. He steps back in field immaculately. Offloads to Flanagan. And it's tackle 4. They're 5 out from the line now. Front foot ball. Right in front of the post. Marnie sends it out to the left. Cut out ball to Kickout. Kickout steps off the left. Hands it back to Hayes Perham. And that's the first try of the game. And the Bulldogs look slick. Boy, do they look slick. That was an impressive set of play. Front foot ball. Had the Tigers stretched out to the left. Kickout with the big step and the offload. 4 points to nil. Kick to come. Oh, that was an impressive little set of play there. Adam Dewey it was. Adam Dewey overshooting Kickout and made to look completely foolish as his name sounds. Try time Bulldogs. And that could signal a very long afternoon for the Tigers because that defense was just weak. It really was. For a team that's been as abysmal as they've been for the first 2 weeks to come out and give up that try as the first points, just so soft, so easy. Poor old Tigers, they could be in for another long afternoon here. I wish Kickout had gone on his own. That would have been great for my multi. A shot of the grandstand there. That's a lot of blue and white jumpers. It is a very, very dominant home crowd. And I tell you what, you've got to give credit to the home supporters. They've all geared up. You look out, no matter what side of the stadium you look out, there's blue and white supporters gear everywhere. They have certainly got behind their team here at Belmore today. Blue and white everywhere you look. They must be making a pretty penny off that supporters gear. The conversion from right beside the post from Flanagan, as you would expect, pops it over. Bobsy, you've done the Fox and the Bulldogs to win 1-12. I thought the Tigers I said it at the top of the stream. I said it before the game kicked off. I'm thinking the Tigers actually show up today, and it might be a bit closer than people are anticipating. But Adam Doueihi was just so lackadaisical on defense there. Very flat-footed, just casually running across, and Kikau made him look completely goofy. First set of 6 after points, I should say. For the Bulldogs, always very important. You don't want to give the ball straight back to the opposition when you've just taken an advantage. And the advantage is 6 points to 0 Bulldogs. A good run here from Mariner, looking to offload. It's still so weird seeing him not in a Warriors jersey. Oh, and here, I've just put the mocker on them. The commentator's curse strikes as the ball is coughed up in contact, and the Tigers start this set now on the back of the mistake from Max King, 40 metres out from the Bulldogs line. Oh, the commentator's curse strikes. Hooper Production says the Tigers versus Knights game last week was... Oh, it was. It was very fun to watch, though, wasn't it? It was a very enjoyable viewing. Adam Doueihi looks very flat-footed tonight, even on attack. I wonder what's up with him. He might not be 100%. Here he goes now, even... Oh, he does have his leg bandaged up. I can't help but notice. 6 again. Ruck infringement. Another full set of 6 here for the... Oh, and Coruscant from dummy half. Coruscant from dummy half has just knocked it on. He's challenged it immediately. He challenges immediately. Oh, you don't see mistakes like that from Coruscant very often, so I'm not surprised that he feels he hasn't actually buggered this up. He called for the challenge immediately. Plays the ball. Coruscant's just very casual, getting to the ball. Goes down with one hand. And scoops it up. What happened before that? Okay, the ball's played back. He hasn't touched it at this point. It comes off his foot. And he regathers it. Successful challenge for Appy. Yeah, that is a mistake that you just don't see Appy Coruscant make. And again, he didn't make it. He actually did ridiculously well to gather that ball in. He was confident. He challenged it immediately. Sent it straight upstairs. And that is a very good challenge. And the Tigers now tackle 3, 5 out. They've got a big open side here to the left. Coruscant in the playmaker role. Sending it out the back, and they just straighten and take it to ground on tackle 4. Coruscant out of dummy half to the left. Brooks, short ball. Cut down just a metre short now. 5th and last, Tigers. Brooks takes it in front of the post. Left-footed kick, aiming for the upright. He was aiming for the post. He missed it. And it goes over the dead ball line. 7 tackle set incoming for the Bulldogs. A little bit of an anticlimactic end of set there for the Tigers. He had to kick it heavy because he was aiming for the post. But when you do that, you've got to make sure you hit it, don't you? Easier said than done. But he put so much contact onto that kick. John Curtin, ahoy, mate. Welcome back. I hope you've been staying with the Queensland teams when tipping. Nope. Well, not all of them. No, I'll tell you what. I certainly didn't pick the Titans. Let me put it that way. As the Bulldogs now up over the halfway line. Mariner takes it inside the 40 of the Tigers and loses the ball in contact. Another simple mistake. Just handing possession back to the Tigers here. And this game has suddenly become very messy. Neither team really throwing anything together at the moment. Good old Thailand. I've got quite a lot of Thai friends. Males, females, some of them both at once. Good people. People. James Intox, ahoy! As the Tigers take it back into Bulldogs territory. Tackle 3, 40 out. They're sticking to this right-hand edge, the Tigers. Leaving themselves lots of room on the left, but not really using it. Even when they're stacked to the left-hand side, they're still playing in that right-hand channel. Dewey takes it to the line. He's definitely not 100% Dewey. He's got his leg bandaged, and he definitely looks a bit ginger. Not as fleet-footed. Fifth and last, Tigers. Brooks puts the high ball up this time. Perham's back there, taking it a metre out from his line. Jumps up. Takes it easily. And the Bulldogs hold on again. Bringing the ball back out from their own try line. 6 points to 0 lead. Burton spots a gap, pokes his nose through, and is just pulled down. A desperation tackle brings him down 30 out, but they've got the front foot ball now from dummy half. They're up to halfway on tackle 4. Flanagan now keeping that forward momentum going. Perham takes it to the line, steps, dummies, gets past Brooks, and is taken to ground. Fifth and last, 35 out from the line. Marnie with the kicking duties. Puts it high. The chase is good. The pressure is on. But Charlie Staines holds his nerve and, more importantly, the ball. But that was a fabulous set of 6 for the Bulldogs. And that's a big driving tackle from Burton. He had his head in an awkward position, but he made the tackle, keeping the Tigers pinned down here now. Keeping that momentum that they just earned. Oh, and then they throw it all away. Clemmer with the hit up, but they're up too quickly, the Bulldogs. They were well on top there in that little passage of play, but a gift penalty for inside the 10, and the Tigers can now clear and get themselves back up the other end of the field. Very simple 3. It still says 4 legs on the graphic. Oh, God. I'm so organised. A very simple 3-leg multi for me on this game. Brent Naden, Viliami Kikau, anytime try scorers. And I've gone unders. Unders because I can't imagine the Tigers struggle to score more than 6 points. And I can't see the Bulldogs scoring any more than 40 all on their own. They come down the left-hand side for the first time I can remember today, the Tigers, and they keep the ball alive. No, they don't. He was held in the tackle, was Kapoa. And their tackle 3, 20 metres out now. They will get an attacking chance here. Clemmer in front of the post, 15 out. Coruscant out of dummy half, sees the markers not squared up, and he steals 10 metres. 5 out from the line on the 5th and last. They go to the right. Dewey takes it to the line. It's intercepted by the Bulldogs, and this will surely be a try. The Fox is up in support, and there is Josh Adokar racing away to score. Completely against the run of play. And there is the Fox. Anytime try scorer. He's always great value. And over he goes. 10 points to 0. Kick to come. And the nightmare continues for the Tigers. Farsi, ahoy there, mate. Plucked out of the air by Alamoti. He didn't have the pace. Brent Naden, he put in a good effort on the chase, but once the ball got out to the Fox, shut the gate once Josh Adokar gets the ball. 10 points to 0. Kick to come. Adam Dewey is having a day to forget. Adam Dewey's been very instrumental in both Bulldogs' tries so far. He was caught very flat-footed against Viliami Kikau, which led to the first try. And now he's thrown the pass that's been intercepted, which set a flying Fox off upfield. Adam Dewey not having a great day out. 10-0. An easy kick to come from just to the left of the posts. It should be a very simple 12-0 lead here. Flanagan moves in, strikes it right down the middle. 12-0. Bulldogs. They are doing the job at the moment. Of course, the big game coming up next, Raiders, Sharks. The Sharks have not defeated the Raiders in the last 8 attempts. Will it be 9th time lucky tonight? I certainly hope so. That kid is so excited he's drinking his imaginary water. I mean, it's an actual water bottle, but there was clearly nothing in it. Tigers get us back underway. And the Tigers could be in line for just another long and painful afternoon here at Belmore. They're dominating the stats, the Tigers. 64% territory, and they're slightly ahead in possession stakes as well, but they find themselves behind by 12 points. Mariner with the hit up. Holds onto the ball this time. Good job, mate. Good job. Tackle 4. Bulldogs not finding meters as easily this set. The Tigers lining them up defensively. 5th and last. 45 out. Flanagan puts the kick in. It's high. No pressure on the kick chase. And it is brought down by Tupou. Tigers will start 25 out from their own line on this left-hand edge. Staines runs decoy. It goes out to Dewey. To Norfoluma. Gets away from one Norfoluma and then is brought down in a second attempt by the same guy that he shrugged off. And then they give away a penalty again, the Bulldogs. Too many penalties down this end of the field, which is why the Tigers are winning the territory stakes. Another piggyback upfield. Dewey puts it into touch. 40 out from the Bulldogs line. You think they do have to be. But it's early in the game still, but you do think they have to be next to score, the Tigers. I can't imagine the Tigers coming back from 18-0. They play down this right-hand edge again. Staines is in a little bit of space. Not enough, though. And he's brought down. Tackle 2. They're 20 out, sorry. Brooks with the inside ball. Kapoa. Chopped down by Mariner. Right in front of the post, 20 metres out. Coruscant goes left again. They're just shuffling it along the line. Nothing happening. Oh, and here is a little gap spotted with a kick. Oh, he's lost the ball over the line, Bateman. Bateman spotted a gap. There was absolutely nothing doing there. He's grubbed in behind the line for himself. It pops up. He kicks it again. All he has to do is fall on it. If he just falls on the ball, it's a try. He tries to pick it up. He loses it into his own face and knocks it on. All he had to do was fall on it. It was already over the line. Just drop on the bastard. But he tried to scoop it up, and all he did was smash it back into his own face and lose it forward. A comedy of errors here for the Tigers. That is a dead set certain 6-pointer bombed. John Bateman from hero to zero in 2 seconds flat. And then he ended up flat on his face with nothing to show for it. Oh, you've got to feel sorry for him. You've got to feel bad for the guy. Unbelievable. We saw Liam Martin do something similar the other week as well, didn't we? All he had to do was fall on the ball. It must be something instinctive, something trained into them. They try and scoop the ball up. All you've got to do is fall on it. Burton dummies, goes on his own. He's got support. Flanagan's inside. That's a shocker of a pass. And now the Bulldogs have bombed a certain 6-pointer in return. Oh, this game has gotten very messy. If I haven't mentioned it before, I'm mentioning it now. This game has gotten very messy. Number 8, Max King for the Bulldogs fires a literal bullet. Flanagan, boom, catch that, mate. Oh, he pegged it at him. That was crazy. The Tigers survive. I have never seen a pass quite like that before in my life. Nobody was catching that. I don't care if you've got magnets in the ball and on your hands. You're not catching that. Trying to get some go forward. Some front foot momentum here. The Tigers. Bad pass from dummy half. It's raked in by Clemmer. Does well to hold on to it. Fifth and last. They're 40 out from the Bulldogs line. Dewey with the kick. Tigers jump up and win the chase and lose it forward. Knock on first, Tigers. Knocked on in return by the Bulldogs. Will be Bulldogs ball. Don't tell me they're challenging this. Oh, they're challenging this. The Tigers are challenging the call of a knock on. Let's have a look. Replay coming up on screen here. Okay, they're all onside. That's fine. Kick chase is onside. That's all good. We need a better camera angle than this to see the knock on. There we go. And that is knocked back by the Tigers. From that camera angle. This might tell us a little bit better. That is knocked. I would have been happy if that was called a knockback. Unsuccessful challenge. Knock on by the Tigers. I would have been happy either way. It was a tough call. It probably went forward. Hard to tell if it went back or sideways. But Matt Burton is having a fabulous start to this game. He looks threatening every time he gets the ball. His kicking game is on song. Things are looking good for the Bulldogs. For the Tigers, not so much though. Adam Dewey is definitely not at 100%. He's had a bit of a night to forget so far, or a day to forget. He can forget it tonight. He can go out on the piss and forget everything that's happened. Well, 12-0. We're just having a little bit of a drinks break here. Very hot all around Australia at the moment. Well, where the game's being played anyway. And here in Brisbane. Here in Brisbane is insane. I am in a recording studio with air conditioning and I'm still hot. I figured it out though. I think what I need to do is switch my aircon from cool to dehumidify. That's probably what I need to do. I'll try that mode out for a little while. Yeah, geez, I shouldn't be in a studio with air conditioning and still be hot. That's not right. Drinks break is done. Now, what happened right before that, of course, the Tigers challenged the call of knock on. It was unsuccessful. So the Tigers challenge gone. They've burnt the challenge nice and early. And we've got 20 minutes to go in the first half. Bulldogs up 12-0, bringing it out of their own end. Picked up and dumped in a two-man tackle. Haraz, tackle 2, 20 out. They've been far from convincing the Bulldogs. It's just been the Tigers The Tigers have just been so bad. Kickout drags in 3 defenders and still manages to offload. And this second phase ball is what's killing them at the moment. The Tigers, Perham nearly gets through and he's up over halfway. 6 again for a ruck infringement. That's what I'm talking about. The Tigers are just killing themselves here. Self-destructing. Mariner takes it up on tackle 2. A set restart there on the back of a break. And now a penalty right in front of the sticks. They've given away 2 ruck infringements in a row and a penalty right in front of the posts. Surely you take the 2 here. Surely you take the 2. Viable solutions. Ahoy, mate. Clemmer's on report. What a surprise. Big shock there. Clemmer, Flegler, Kalfusi, Nass. These are players you're never surprised to see on report. Who else have we got? Chat room? Who else are we not surprised to ever see on report? Tackle 2, Bulldogs, they're 10 out. Marnie slips into the playmaker role, and now it's intercepted by Brent Naden. Brent Naden's away. Brent Naden's away. Shut the gate. Another intercept try. That one is great for my multi. Brent Naden under the post. Let's put a tick against his face there. Brent Naden with the intercept races away. 2 intercept tries in the one game. 1 for each team. Max King, who fired that absolute rocket pass at Kyle Flanagan's balls and butchered a try earlier on, has now fired the ball across the face of the whole defensive line to nobody but the opposition. And that is a gift, a literal gift for the West Tigers right there. And is Max King an undercover agent from the Tigers? He's playing so badly for the Bulldogs. All right, now all we need is Viliami Kikau. And Kikau seems like he's having a good game. So Kikau's on, and then we have to keep it under 42.5, which is starting to look a little bit threatening. 42.5 at the rate at which the teams are scoring might be called into question at the end of the game. $12 points to 4. The conversion from right in front of the sticks will surely make it 12 points to 6. It does. Game on here. Out of nowhere. Brent Naden with the intercept. Another horrible pass from Max King. It'd be very interesting to know what is up with him. Max King and Adam Dewey, 2 players who are just completely out of whack today. Anyway, Bulldogs get us back up and running. And Clemmer bulldozes it up the Tigers with a little bit of spark. Suddenly, they look like they've been lit up. Is that all it took? An intercept. Points completely against the run of play. Has that woken up a sleeping giant tiger? No, it hasn't. There's a simple mistake in contact. Oh, the commentator's curse strikes again. But Noah Pole. The ball spurts out and the Tigers cough up more easy possession. Oh, Luke Brooks is just shoved away by Carraz. Not for the first time today. Carraz has made Brooks his bitch. Boom. Then don't argue. Tackle 2, 10 out, right in front of the post. Marnie goes to the left where Burton is waiting, calling players on the inside, and they shift back right. Flanagan calling players left, and they shift back to the left. They don't know where they want to go here, the Bulldogs. And Averillo just takes it back to exactly where they started. And Marnie goes to the left again. This time it's shut down, 1 out. Marnie tries to catch the markers offside. Gives up a wasted tackle. Burton slots into dummy half. Fifth and last, Flanagan steps, goes on his own. Inside ball, was that King who's dropped it? No, it wasn't. Sutton, Ryan Sutton has lost the ball on the inside. Oh, a little bit of push and shove. Where's Cody Walker? I'm sure he's involved in this somewhere. Cody Walker's run all the way from Redfern to get involved in this. Oh, Reed Marnie's just yanked at Appy Coruscant's collar. Get him out of play, and then Coruscant's picked him up and dumped him. James Intox, you can't wait for the next game. Should be a close one. I just hope these Japanese beers don't put me on my ass beforehand. You're not drinking Asahi, are you? Was there a hidden hint in there as to what you might be drinking? Or are you drinking Sapporo? My preference is Sapporo. If we're talking Japanese beer, Sapporo. Real Sapporo, though. Real Asahi as well. Not the like proper imported stuff, not the crap that they make here in Australia. Fifth and last, Tigers. It's a low kick. Perham takes it at the back and brings it back 20 out in front of the sticks. Tackle 2. Oh, a slow play the ball. Justification for a penalty there, surely. It was a dominant tackle, though, I suppose, to be totally fair. Carraz takes it up. They're close to the halfway line now on tackle 4. Marnie scampers out a dummy half. Throws it out, and now here's space on the right. Naden's got good pace, though. Oh, and a forced offload that goes forward. Gets the ball back, it's play on. Oh, and the touchy just randomly puts her flag up. I mean, she literally randomly puts the flag up. Her flag was not up, and then the play broke down, and then suddenly she decided, I'll put the flag up. So we've got a captain's challenge, and I'm not surprised because that was all a little bit messy. Ahoy there, Michelle, by the way, in amongst all that. I have never seen such a delayed reaction from a touch judge to put the flag up before. So here we are. Jacob Preston, breaks away down the right-hand edge. He gets away from Brent Naden. Naden had the pace. He just wasn't able to. And then Preston fires it back in field. It's off Marnie's foot, which... Okay, Marnie's now in front of Preston. Preston is in touch now. Yes, okay. Preston is now in touch. Unsuccessful challenge. It's just that the touch judge took a day and an age to put her flag up. She took an absolute eternity. No wonder that was all so confusing. I think the Bulldogs should be allowed to retain their challenge on a technicality that the touch judge is just obviously crap, and she took way too long to put her flag up. $12 points to 6 anyway, and Tigers... Front foot ball, they are looking like a different team since that intercept. And they are just making meters at will now, chewing them up. Coruscant out of dummy half to Brooks. The inside ball to Staines. Staines runs into a brick wall of Reed Marnie. Yes, I said a brick wall of Reed freaking Marnie. Here's a chance now for the Bulldogs. Alamotti has got Adokar again. Adokar versus Dewey. Hands it back to Alamate. And he finds the Fox again. They draw in the fullback, and that is another runaway try for the Fox. The kick was not a bad one from the Tigers. But Alamoti found himself in space again. Again, he didn't have the pace to do it on his own. Had the Fox outside. Fifth and last here, Dewey. It's not a bad kick. The chase is also good, but Alamoti, he looks up and then suddenly there's just meters and meters of room in front of him. Dewey comes across, covers Adokar. Does well to get his arm around and offload. Back to Adokar on the outside. Try right beside the post. 16 points to 6 kick to come. And the Tigers, they looked like a different team after that intercept try of theirs. But now a runaway try given back to the Bulldogs. Will that be enough to sink them? Try time. Fox, a double. Still nothing for Kickow. God damn it. 10 minutes to go till the break. 16 points to 6. Josh Adokar's 34th career double against the West Tigers. Oh, he loves scoring tries against the Tigers. Alamotti thought it was Christmas when he caught that ball and looked up and saw nothing but open space. Oh, yeah. I was just saying before about the heat. It's obviously hot there. They're having water breaks. Every 20 minutes, a water break. But even here in Brisbane, I'm in a studio. I'm in an enclosed small room with aircon, and I'm still hot. It's ridiculous. Flanagan moves in, strikes it well. It's an easy kick, though, to be fair. I don't know why I'm getting so excited about it. 18 points to 6. Bulldogs back on top in this contest. Oh, Max King's off. I'm not surprised by that. Max King has probably been the worst player for the Bulldogs today, I dare say. He has had a real nightmare of a game. 18 points to 6. The Bulldogs now bringing it back out of their own end. Mariner. Tackle 2, 20 metres out. Just settling things here after points. The Bulldogs, they don't want to go and give away anything stupid like they did before. Now they've got some space out to the right. Shut down, though, by Naden. Sliding in defence. 5th and last Bulldogs. Just inside Tigers territory. It goes back to Burton. Right on halfway. Oh, it's a massive kick. It's a massive bomb. Nobody wants any piece of it. It could bounce anywhere. It bounces back for the Bulldogs and then away from everybody. And it's dived on by the Tigers. And everybody's offside, apparently, for the Bulldogs. And the Tigers get away with that. That could have been anything. Burton put that high ball up. Nobody wanted any piece of it. Heel fries, ahoy! That's the first time today we've seen one of those monster bombs from Burton. And they all just parted like Moses parting the Red Sea. Nobody wanted any piece of that ball. Coruscant takes it to the line. Brooks to Dewey. Short ball. Bateman loses it. Bateman loses it. He was never going to hold on to that. That was a suicide pass from Dewey, and Dewey's nightmare day out continues. Ed Vogel says, you still think Knights are going to be the wooden spoon? Yes, absolutely. I stand by that pre-season call for sure. Especially once Kalen Ponga comes back. The Knights are going to be even worse once Ponga comes back, because some idiot thinks that some idiot in the Knights setup thinks that Kalen Ponga's a 5'8". He's not. He's absolutely not. So, yeah, the Knights are going to stink the joint out even worse when Ponga's back. Chloe Weeks, ahoy! Welcome along to the wasted world of sports. So the Bulldogs survive another attacking raid off the back of a Tigers mistake. And they've just got to play this out of their own end. An early kick. It's a kick on tackle 3. Marnie. Staines gets across, slides and takes it on the full. Great catch from him. That was a bit of a shock for everybody. An early kick on tackle 3. Reed Marnie from dummy half. Staines was awake to it, though. And that's a horrible play. The ball gets away with it, though. Oh, tap and go, and Coruscant throws the ball at the Bulldogs. Happy Coruscant from the penalty. A quick tap. He spots a gap. He got so excited he threw the ball away. I think Coruscant forgot that he and Kikau don't play on the same team anymore, and he threw the ball forward to him. He also thought they were playing NFL. He got a little bit overexcited there, Appy, and out it popped unexpectedly. It happens. We move on. Oh, and a step and a shove on Luke Brooks again from Carraz. Carraz has made Luke Brooks his bitch today. And it's just getting worse and worse for him. Credit to Brooks, though. He keeps lining up on him. And Preston takes it 30 out now. Mariner out there. Back to Burton. Burton with the short ball to Kikau. Kikau's brought down in a two-man tackle. Tackle 3. 20 metres out on this left-hand side. They come back to the right. Flanagan to Preston. Preston shrugs Brooks off. Creates space. It's knocked back by the Tigers. And then knocked forward by the Bulldogs. It was on there, though. Luke Brooks is a big weakness in defence here. Luke Brooks is a huge weakness in defence for the Tigers. Because they are just causing him nightmares in his defensive channel. Carraz and now Preston, they've just shrugged Brooks off at will. And were it not for Averillo losing the ball, the Bulldogs were well and truly on there. 4 minutes to go until the halftime break. And the Tigers get the scrum 10 out from their own line. But this Bulldogs defense is unrelenting at the moment. You just feel like the Tigers, they had their opportunity when they got that intercept. And they suddenly found themselves on the front foot. Whoa, slightly forward pass there. They get away with it, the Tigers. Bateman with the head up. Tackle 3, Tigers just shy of the halfway line. Wow, up over halfway. He needs to make an impact. They're in Bulldogs territory. 2 tackles remaining. Brooks steps off his right, takes it to the line. Brooks is out of the attack now. 5th and last has to be Dewey. Dewey puts the kick up. It's very shallow. It's very shallow. And it's also out over the sideline, very close to on the full. Adam Dewey's not 100%. I don't think he should be out there. He's got his leg bandaged up. He doesn't seem comfortable. He's made a lot of mistakes. His head's clearly not in the game. If you're not 100%, you shouldn't be playing. It's simple as that. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Nathan Cleary. I don't care if you're James Tedesco. I don't care if you're Brad Fittler or Billy Slater. If you're not 100%, you shouldn't be playing. But then again, I suppose Luke Keary when Luke Keary played with a broken shoulder and guided the Roosters to a grand final over the Storm, it kind of put pay to that theory in some ways, didn't it? Fourth tackle, Marnie kicks from inside the 40. It's off the side of the boot. No threat of a 40-20 there. Staines back. Oh, Marnie's giving him a bit of a rough up on the ground too. Letting him know that he's there. Keeping the ball alive. Twal. Katoa. Or Kapoa even. Kapoa takes it up to halfway. Gets it back to Coruscant. No. Happy Coruscant's out of play. Happy Coruscant was offside at the start of that play of the ball. And that is a gift for the Bulldogs. They're taking the two. Taking the two inside the last minute, of course. Right before halftime, take the two. Why not? Go 20 points to 6 ahead. Kyle Flanagan from right in front. 30 metres out or so, maybe even closer. I'm waiting for the camera angle to change back. Yep, right on the 30-metre line. Right on the 30-metre line, just to the right of the posts. A gift 2 points, really, for any quality goal kicker. So we'll see how Kyle Flanagan goes. I'm only joking. I'm sure he's a fantastic goal kicker. 2 points incoming here for the Doggies. And they should be going into halftime 20 points to 6 ahead. Jared Ford says, I remember Tuvey running around with a black eye, broken cheek, and fractured forearm in a semi. Jeff Tuvey, what a little trooper, huh? Jeff Tuvey, Alfie Langer. Two guys with strength and passion above their size. Both of them. Both very, very tiny people, but such big, big players. Flanagan moves in, strikes it. It's straight down the middle. No hesitation there from the lady touch judge to put her flag up this time. Oh, Benny Elias. Hey, yeah. See, what I miss about the old days... this is what I miss about the old days. There was all shapes and sizes back in the day, wasn't there? A lot of the players now, I say about 90% of them, they're like they're off a factory line. There's a set training regime, and yeah, all the players are built similar, look similar. It's the same in rugby union as well. To a lesser extent, though. But yeah, I miss the old days. There was all different shapes and sizes, and yeah, everybody just looks like they're run off a factory line now, and the backs and the forwards are interchangeable. And back in the day, you used to have backs and you used to have forwards, and it was very clear who was who. You put your speedsters out the back, you put your big bulky guys up front, but now they're all They're all quick. They're all versatile. Backs can play in the forwards. Forwards can play in the backs. A different game, isn't it? Very different game these days. And they all had proper jobs. Yes. Yes, back before the game was professional, of course, you'd work 9 to 5, you'd go to training on Wednesday nights, you'd play your games on the weekends. You'd pay your travel out of your own money. Club didn't pay for the travel. You paid for your own tickets to travel interstate for games. Ah, yes. Old days. All right, halftime here. Don't forget, coming up next in the Wasted World of Sports, Canberra Raiders hosting the Cronulla Sharks. The Sharks have not beaten the Raiders in the last 8 attempts. Will it be 9th time lucky tonight here on the Wasted World of Sports? Certainly hope so. That's coming up next. And of course, we've still got another half of footy to go through here. I'm going to have a quick break, rest of the voice a little bit, and I'll be right back for all the second half action very, very shortly. All right. Second half. Halftime here, 20 points to 6 in favour of the Bulldogs. They're good value for that 14-point lead, aren't they? The Doggies. Oh, God. Okay, so we just need Viliami Kikau, anytime try scorer. And for the total points to remain under 42.5, we'll be laughing. I'll have my first win of the year. That'll be good. Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. Let's see how that's going. There's been a couple of upsets this weekend that I dare say not a lot of people saw coming. Namely, the Titans getting the victory over the Melbourne Storm. What in the hell? And then the Warriors getting the win over the Cowboys. Now, just to look, okay. The NRL tipping goes beyond Wasted World of Sports. And when you go and put your tips in, you might have noticed you can extend the info, the game info there. You can extend the game info, and it actually tells you user tips. Now, those user tips are not just Wasted World of Sports. That's the entire NRL tipping platform. So everybody, which I think is 235,970 people that have signed up for NRL tipping. That's the percentage that you see there on user tips. 93%. 93% went for the Cowboys over the Warriors. There's a very happy 7% out there right now after that game, especially if they also went for the Titans in the game previous. Another resounding favoritism in this game. 92% have tipped the Bulldogs. James, my night was very good. Stephen K. Amos, absolutely funny. I've been to a lot of comedy shows, and I will be to many more comedy shows coming up throughout the course of the next few months. I've got the Umbilical Brothers and Jamoan coming up. I'm considering going to see Ross Noble again because he's out in May as well. A couple of others there that I'm tossing up. Akmal, I'm seriously considering. Carl Barron's in November. I'm definitely going to that. So yeah, I've got a few coming up. So I've been to a lot. I've got a lot more coming up. I can't remember a show, no matter how much I've loved the comedian performing, I can't remember a show where I've just laughed continuously from start to finish. There was just no downtime. There was no downtime in his set at all. It was just boom, boom, boom. Son of a bitch had us laughing all night long. Well, for an hour and a half that we were there. It was a very good show. So, yeah, Stephen K. Amos, if you're not familiar with him, I certainly recommend checking him out. Very, very funny guy. Michelle says, this is the first game I've watched of the NRL this weekend. Update me. Okay, well, let's run through what we've seen this weekend. Because it's been a weekend of ups and downs. It's been a roller coaster ride and a couple of dead set surprises thrown in there. And it did, of course, all start with Manly versus the Eels on Thursday night. Manly pulled it together just enough to hold on and defeat the Eels 34 points to 30. Then, of course, we had the Knights putting it to the Dolphins. The Dolphins ended up running away with it at the back end of the game, but the Knights were well and truly in it for large portions of that contest, if not slightly ahead for big chunks of it as well. So the Knights put in a really solid performance without Kalyn Ponga. Oh, Michelle, I actually really pissed off a Queensland supporter on Twitch as well, because during that game I was pointing out how much I can't help but notice. Does anyone else notice it too? How much better the Knights are without Kalyn Ponga getting in the way of everything. Oh, you must be a Blues supporter. Only Blues supporters can't see how good Kalyn Ponga is. Anyway, Roosters over the Rabbitohs. Cody Walker completely lost the plot again. Cody Walker again proving that he's got some serious attitude and anger management issues. Cody Walker went completely off the boil, and the Roosters escaped with a 2-point victory there. And then, of course, the big Super Saturday. Who'd have thought it? 38 points to 34. The Titans over an under-strength Melbourne Storm team. Wait for Michelle in the chat room. Wait for Michelle in the chat room. All right, she's controlling herself. 38-34 Titans. Big victory for them over the Storm. Are we? There she is. Didn't let me down. That should be a t-shirt. That should be a t-shirt. Okay, so we need Wasted Water Sports. Hang on, let me bookmark this so I remember to come back to it. Wasted Water Sports, take the 2. Wasted Water Sports, under strength. It could be the Wasted Water Sports, right? Here's what we could have. We could have a can of beer or whatever. It could be any substance. Have a can of beer, right? Wasted Water Sports logo on the top. We'll make it like a proper logo, proper label. Wasted Water Sports logo running across there. And underneath, instead of, because you know how you can buy mid-strength beers and whatnot, and it'll be like this beer, mid-strength. Wasted Water Sports, under-strength. And then the Saturday, just when you thought it couldn't get any more bizarre with the Titans knocking off the Storm, the Warriors in Townsville. Warriors in Townsville. This wasn't the Warriors playing at home. This was the Warriors enduring the Queensland heat at pretty much one of the birthplaces of Queensland heat and upsetting the Cowboys 26-12. So 2 upsets in a row. And then for 70 minutes, it looked like we might be on for upset number 3. 70 minutes into the game, the Broncos and the Dragons at Suncorp were 18-all. I know. If you didn't watch the games and you just looked at the final scores, you would be going right now, hang on, what did you just say, Dan? Yes. 70 minutes were gone in the contest. The Broncos and the Dragons were 18 points all. The final score, 40 points to 18 in favor of the Broncos. It's almost like the Dragons just didn't exist in the last 10 minutes of the game. 18 points all in the 70th minute turned into a 40-point to 18 victory for the Broncos. It was insanity. And that brings us to Sunday. The Sunday ticket. Bulldogs comfortably ahead. Comfortably ahead here. 20 points to 6 at halftime over the Tigers. And coming up straight after this, Raiders versus Sharks, where the Sharks have not beaten the Raiders for 8 attempts so far. Jared Ford says Ponga is an exceptional player. Bamboozled by coach's dictation. He spent a few weeks here in wherever that is in the off season, golf and fishing with family. He used to play golf, didn't he? I was shocked by that. They keep mentioning that on NRL 360. It's like, you know, Kalen Ponga would have been playing golf. He doesn't really look like a golfer. Yes. I think we've got an extended halftime break because of the heat. I was about to say, this feels like a very long halftime break. And yes, I remember them saying that they'll be having extended halftime breaks this weekend because of the intense heat. I can imagine. I can imagine Kalen Ponga still getting concussion troubles playing golf. Slices his ball off a tree on the third hole. It bounces back and pops him on the head. Let's face it, the poor son of a bitch has that much bad luck with head knocks, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, jinxed again. Online jinx. Yep. They've got to keep you updated on these things, Michelle, because that's big news. Big news, that last 10 minutes of that game at Suncorp. It was in no means was it a comfortable victory for the Broncos. Here we go, teams running back out onto the field for the second half. 20 points to 6 in favour of the Bulldogs over the Tigers. It's been another disappointing display from the Tigers. Tries all coming against the run of play for them, mostly. They can't seem to construct anything themselves until it's too late. They seem to be able to play catch up and score some consolation points at the end of games. But throughout the course of the games, that's where they seem to be really struggling to put things together on a consistent basis. So, second half, what we're looking for is Viliami Kikau. Viliami Kikau, anytime try scorer. It says 4 legs on the graphic. It's actually only 3 legs. It's obviously something that I overlooked in the process of updating. Brent Naden, pick. We got that one off nice and early. That was good. Now we're just looking for a strong second half from Viliami Kikau and some points for him. Let's keep it unders. The home team back out onto the field. We are ready to roll here for the second half. Bulldogs, Tigers. Multicultural round. It is, of course. There's a fantastic overhead shot. Oh, it's good to see Hills back in rugby league, isn't it? Looking out over the hill. Mark Sims, ahoy there, mate. Yes, I'm afraid I'm a Sharks supporter. It's tough, but somebody's got to do it. As the Bulldogs get us underway. The Doggies get us back underway here in the second half. Tigers driven backwards in the tackle. Viliami Kikau, there he is. Big on defense, but we need him to be big on attack. Another driving tackle by the home team. The Tigers tackle 2, still 10 metres out. Coruscant scampers out of dummy half. Finding some metres. He's brought down by Kikau. How unusual is it seeing those two lining up on opposite teams? For so long, we've seen them side by side. Bateman takes it up towards halfway. 5th and last. Brooks with the kick. Puts it straight down the middle of the field. Taken on the full by Perham. Hayes Perham brings it back. 20 out from the line. Peraz, he's looking for Brooks. Brooks is hidden in defence now. That must be something they chatted about at halftime. Credit to Brooks for lining up all first half and just getting absolutely bulldozed. Rumbling up over halfway now, the Bulldogs. Tackle 4. Inside Tigers territory. Mariner steps and takes on the line and is tackled. 40 out on the 5th and last. They go to Burton. Burton puts the ball high. 5 metres out from the line. It's taken on the fall and passing across the face of goal to Charlie Staines. And they're offside from the kick chase again, the Bulldogs. Or was this a high shot? So, okay, that's a high contact. I was going to say twice in a row offside from the kick. Surely not. But no, this is high contact. And Corey Waddell just clips Charlie Staines around the chin. And a relieving penalty for the Tigers, which gets them up to halfway on tackle 1. Into Bulldogs territory go the Tigers. Oh, and that's a forward pass from Bateman. You can't get away with that, surely. And he slaps himself across the face. He knows he's made a big mistake. Oh, that's a horror show for the Tigers. Bateman's really had a bad game as well. Forward pass and gifting the ball back to the Bulldogs. Farsi says, where's the long-haired half from the Sharks gone? If you're talking about Nico Hines, he's out injured at the moment. He is out injured. And I'm not entirely sure when he will be back. But they need him back because they're relying on Matt Moylan at the moment. And relying on Matt Moylan is not good. Tackle 1. Oh, they're all offside here, the Tigers. They get called off by the referee. And that is some gift meters for the Bulldogs. As they now go down onto the attack. 10 metres, 20 metres out. They play the blind side with Preston. And now they've got a huge lineup out to the left here, the Bulldogs. 10 out from the line. Flanagan, out the back it goes. They keep it alive. Now Burton. Perham in the line. Throws a hospital ball out to Alamoti. And it's the 5th and last Bulldogs. Burton in front of the post. Puts the high ball. Crossfield kick. Oh, it's taken well. Is that Norfoluma out there? Oh, it's Tupou. Tupou. Another Tupou, very safe under the high ball. Mr. Ed's dead, ahoy! How are you there, mate? Charlie Staines, not... Oh, Charlie Staines, that's not who you want taking hit-ups. And it's tackle 4, Tigers, trapped deep in their own territory. 5th and last, inside their own 40-metre line. It's going to take a big kick here from Dewey. He's inside the 40. He's got a good angle on it. No, it bounces back infield. And Perham collects it. Under no pressure at the back. And it's brought back comfortably for the Bulldogs. Flopping around like a fish out of water, trying to win a penalty. Nothing doing. Oh, what have we got there? Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to our new subscribers. Cheers. Bulldogs. Tackle 3, just short of the halfway line. 20 points to 6 up. They don't need to do anything spectacular here. Burton steps through 1, steps through 2, and his body slammed down by Bateman. Oh, and he's holding his face. He's holding his face. He's trying to get a penalty here, Burton. He stepped through 2 defenders, and then, oh, now Bateman and Reed Marnie. The only reason Reed Marnie's getting in his face here is because he knows, A, no punches can be thrown, and B, he's got a lot of big units there to back him up. Viliami Kikau front and centre. Steps through one, steps through two, Burton, and then his body slammed into the turf. His cheek did hit the ground, to be fair. Boom. His cheek does hit the ground. Can you get penalised for this, though? We're about to find out. No, you can't. It's play on. And they go down the right. They've created some space here, the Bulldogs. Oh, fifth and last now. Right on that right-hand edge. 30 out from the line. Comes back to Marnie to put the high ball up. It's a little too deep. Oh, it's perfectly placed, actually. And the Tigers lose it backwards. It's scooped up. Oh, that was dangerous stuff there. Oh, thank you very much, all the new subscribers there. This kick from Reed Marnie, I thought it was too deep. It just hung up in the air, and it drops down just centimetres short of the goal line, and it pops backwards. It was very nearly dived on by the Bulldogs, but the Tigers got back there to clean it up. A 20-metre dropout. That was a nothing dropout from Dewey. His bad night continues. It wasn't short. It wasn't deep. It just hung there on the 20-metre line. No, he didn't, Michelle. What question? What was the question? I actually call the games these days for the most part, so I only see the chat room in breaks in play. I thought it was very constructive criticism that John Curtin gave us that time, so I've been trying to focus on the game a lot more these days. Marnie from dummy half cuts out Mariner, and they nearly get over. Fifth and last, a metre out from the line. Marnie grubbers into the end goal, and it's tapped dead by the Tigers. That's a result for the Bulldogs. But it will be another set of 6. And the Bulldogs are looking impressive. See, you never got a cheer when you subscribed way back. I don't remember. Oh, the dropout. It's almost out on the full. It's tapped back by the Tigers. And the Tigers get the ball back. That is just what the doctor ordered for them. And now a penalty to boot. Just what they needed there. The Tigers, a little something to go their way. And a very relieving penalty for them. To keep me in line, I don't need to be kept in line. Thank you so much. I actually get told off that I'm too neutral these days. I remember once Heel Fries was like, Dan, I like it so much better when you're abusing one of the teams. You're too neutral now. Well, I can't win. I can't win no matter what I do. Tigers now, this is their opportunity. Can they strike? Can they get themselves back into this contest? Oh, geez, risky stuff there, Charlie Staines. He just manages to hold on to that ball. He nearly dropped it cold, and the play sort of falls dead right there. Fifth and last, Tigers. 30 out. Brooks, midfield. They're going to run it. Dewey puts a horrible kick in. It's scooped up by Burton, and Burton's away. Away from 1, away from 2, and up to the 40, and he's cut down. A great tackle from Starford To'a. What's happening there? Fifth and last for the Tigers, and Brooks runs it to the line, offloads to Dewey. What's Adam Dewey supposed to do in that situation? Just a horrible, horrible end of set for the Tigers. What is wrong with their attack? I can't believe that a team coached by Benji Marshall and Tim Sheens is just so awful on attack. They just have nothing to offer. Fifth and last, Bulldogs. Flanagan keeps it alive. Can somebody get the kick away? Yes, it's kicked through for Burton. It pops up. It's off Staines. It's backwards. It's play on. And ball. Oh, it's knocked on. Knocked on by the Bulldogs. Burton it was. He did make contact with the ball as he chased through, as it popped up nicely for him. I was extremely fair and balanced during the State of Origin. Nobody can argue that. I still had my digs at Queensland, of course. I'm always going to. But let's not forget, Michelle spat the dummy with about, I think there was still 15 or so minutes to go in that game when Michelle decided she couldn't do it anymore and walked off. And then remember the time on the stream I had to mute Michelle because there was just no getting through to her about her storm venting. It was going on. It wasn't even a Storm game, was it? I don't think it was even a Melbourne Storm game. But then somebody pushed the buttons in the chat room, got her triggered, and she just wasn't listening to us. I had to mute her microphone. Who remembers that? Then she calmed down and I unmuted her, and the son of a bitch in the chat room got her started again, whoever it was. $20 points to 6. It remains here, all in favour of the Bulldogs. The Tigers. I really thought that the Tigers were going to be in for a bit of a better season. I really did think the Tigers were in for a much better year this year. Kick out now. Kick out breaks through one, shrugs off another. They're trying to bring him down. Oh, come on. That's what we need. That's what we need now. Kick out. Anytime try scorer. Marnie runs across field. Links up with Flanagan. Flanagan kicks on the third out wide. It's not a great kick, but it falls into the arms of Carraz. Even Carraz was surprised at that one. He actually had the ball, Carraz, and he didn't realise it. That's the most insane thing I've ever seen. Carraz had caught the ball, and it's like he didn't realise he actually had it. Tigers hold on. But again, they look upfield, and there is a long, long way to go. Up towards halfway. They're just outside their own 40-metre line here on tackle 5. It's going to take a big kick here. And Brooks keeps it low and flat. Straight down to Hayes Perham, who taps it down with his boot and runs it back. Because he's under no pressure. He brings it back an extra 10 metres here. Easily made. But the Bulldogs are in full control of this game now. They don't have to do anything silly. 26 minutes to go. They can control field position. They can control this game. Carraz with a great run. Earning 10, 20 metres. Now Burton spots a gap and goes straight through. Burton, only the fullback to beat. He steps inside him and goes on his own. Matt Burton under the post. Oh, what a great individual effort. Matt Burton just set the stadium alight. 24 points to 6, kick to come. What a shame it wasn't Viliami kick out. Adam Dewey caught flat-footed again. Try under the post. Bulldogs, that is surely enough to see them home here today. Still a long way out. But with the Tigers not really offering anything on attack. 24 points to 6. It's about to become 26-6. That will surely be the game. I can't see a way back for the Tigers here. And they are just having a horrible, horrible start to the season. New regime, same old Tigers. What a great try from Matt Burton. Out of dummy half. Reed Marnie. The inside ball. Burton sees the space. Steps inside. Adam Dewey. Score under the post. Beautiful play. Great individual effort. Flanagan from right in front. He'll pop this one over, and it will be 26 points to 6. Bulldogs well and truly on top in this contest. And there, look at that, another crowd shot. Just the sea of blue and white. I don't think I've seen another stadium that is just completely full of supporters gear. I mean, 99% of the people in the crowd are in some form of supporters gear. There's even a random Souths guy. Of course, there's a random South Sydney guy. Tigers get us back underway. Again, the kickoff, it's not short, it's not deep. It bounces on the 20-metre line, and it bounces straight into the hands of the Bulldogs. Nothing doing here. These restarts, and now they've given away a penalty out of pure frustration. And the Bulldogs can be right back down into Tigers territory and on the attack again. And these kickoffs, these restarts, the dropouts, the kickoffs, the set restarts here or the restarts of play from the Tigers. Very confusing. Very confusing stuff. Because they're not short, they're not deep, they're just hanging in no man's land. Really curious decision-making here from the Tigers. Kickow is roped in by the collar on halfway. Tackle 2, and he loses the ball behind him. Kickow. He's lost the ball in the tackle. That's not what we want. We want him to score a try. Hey, wasn't there even a random Souths guy on, it was like Simpsons or South Park or something. Simpsons or South Park, something like that. Even made reference to the random Souths guy. It was one of those American animations. $32 points overall. Remember, I've got unders as well. Here's a penalty to the Tigers. Pressure on the neck from Kickow to Brent Naden. Yeah, so 32 points. I've only got 10. Okay. So Kickow needs to be next to score, basically. For my multi, we need Kickow to be next to score. And probably the only one to score. And speaking of Kickout, he is on report. The latest player to be on report this round for the Army Kickout. Vincent Spears up the Sharkies. Yes, indeed. Sharks Raiders coming up next. The Sharks have not beaten the Raiders in their last 8 matches. Let's hope that it's 9th time lucky tonight here on the Waste of Water Sports. As the Tigers in attack now, Dewey out the back. It's not a good pass, and the play breaks down. And Staines has to reset and bring it back in front of the posts. Tackle 3, Tigers. 15 out, Coruscant goes back to the right for Clemmer. And Clemmer drags 2 defenders with him. 5 out from the line on tackle 4. They go left and a short crash ball to Twal. Twal knocks it on. Nothing doing here again for the Tigers this week. Coruscant looks frustrated. Coruscant can't believe he left to the Panthers. That's what's happening right now. If we're at the Panthers, we score that try, is what Coruscant's thinking. $26 points to 6 it remains. Another error for the Tigers. There's still 20 minutes to go in this game. I can't believe it. This game is really starting to feel like it's dragging on now. There's still 20 minutes to go. Plenty more points left in this one, which is terrible for my unders. I think there'll be more points for the Bulldogs. More points for the Bulldogs coming up. Oh, Preston takes it to the line. And for the first time today, Luke Brooks makes the first up tackle. Fifth and last Bulldogs, Marnie out of dummy half. There's still 20 minutes to go in this game, but Marnie knows it's all about controlling the field position and territory now. And he plugs that into touch. And that is the drinks break in the second half. I'm going to have one of those myself. Bulldogs 26-6, well on top in this contest. The players are having a drinks break. I'm going to have a drinks break myself. Right back. Let's go. Just under 20 minutes to go in this game. Bulldogs right on top. Tigers starting this set from 12 out from their own line. Once again, they're looking up and seeing pretty much the full length of the field to go. They've got to get themselves right back down the other end. Twal holds onto the ball this time. Brings it up close to the 40. And beyond. You predict the Sharks flog the Raiders by 20 points. Well, I hope you're right about that. I hope the Sharks win. I think it might be a bit closer than that, though. Maybe we might even be looking at golden point scenarios. Golden point, perhaps. Sharks. Fifth and last Tigers. The high ball in front of the post. It's taken by Perham. Hayes Perham takes it in the face of the defense. Good set of 6 there from the Tigers, though. Maybe the drinks break is what they needed. Bulldogs, third tackle, just outside their 10-meter line. A kick on the fourth from Reid Marnie. Looking for a 40-20. He's got a fantastic angle, and it's tapped back in by Adam Dewey. Oh, that was a great kick. That was a great kick. Reid Marnie on the fourth tackle. And now we've got cramps from Adam Dewey. The Sharks have not beaten the Raiders in the last 8 attempts. That's got to say something. I'm even tempted to change my tip. But I know that if I change my tip and then the Sharks get up and win, that I would hate myself. For the rest of the week, I would be hitting myself square in the face every morning, every night before bed. So I've already gone for my team, so I can't change it now, despite their horrible record. To be fair, though, here we go. Clemmer goes straight through. He's got support on the inside from Wakeham. Wakeham gets away from Flanagan and keeps it alive. Oh, it was on out to the left there. Norfoluma. Tupou's got it. And it's the 5th and last now for the Tigers. They're 5 out from the line. Big line up here to the right. Brooks dummies and goes on his own on the 5th and last. Luke Brooks. Oh, the 5th tackle options for the Tigers. Almost non-existent. It was the 5th and last. You need to do better than your playmaker stepping off his right foot and running it to the line on the 5th and last. I can't believe a team coached by Benji Marshall and Tim Sheens just offers nothing on attack. Nothing. 5th and last, and Brooks steps off his right foot and takes it to the line and gets tackled. Handover. Benji Marshall. Surely Benji Marshall has got some set plays in his head there. One of the greatest playmakers to have ever played the game, especially for the Tigers. And they're just offering absolutely nothing on attack. I can't believe it. 5th and last. And your playmaker steps off his right foot and goes to ground in the tackle. I can't even process this. Unbelievable. Fifth and last, James Intox. 5th and last tackle. 5 out from the line. The pass goes to Luke Brooks. Luke Brooks steps off his right foot. Goes to ground in a tackle. On the 5th and last. Not even, just goes to ground in the tackle. Doesn't look to offload. Doesn't look to put a kick through. It's almost like he didn't even know that it was 5th and last. And it's not the first time that that's happened. The Tigers have just looked clueless at their end of sets all night. All day, I should say. All day. Jared Ford says Benji is the best number 7 New Zealand has had, and I know Shawn Johnson agrees. Shawn Johnson better agree. I still haven't forgiven Shawn Johnson for his period of time at the Sharks. Useless plonk. Anyway. Bulldogs back into Tigers territory here. Back on the front foot. Burton puts it high into the corner. It's a good kick. Staines gets up there and takes it and spins away from the first tackle. But they are down. They're taken down 5 meters out. Trapped inside their own 10-meter line here. The Tigers looking up, a long way to go upfield again. Not that it matters, because when they get there, they'll probably just take the tackle on the 5th and last anyway. Big run there from Tupou. keeps the ball alive, and that's forward pass into the gap. They've got away with it, and here's a chance now for the Tigers. Brooks racing away. Kickout's giving chase. Burton's giving chase. But on the back of one of the biggest forward passes you'll ever see in your life, Luke Brooks has scored the try for the Tigers. Out of nowhere. Wow, I don't think you'll see a more forward pass in your life, but it's worked out for them. Tupou with a great run across field. Gets through one. Keeps going. Gets the offload back in field. And then Twal runs across field. Wow. Yeah, passes don't get too much more forward than that. We need... Okay, so we need a missed conversion here. We need a missed conversion here. 26-10. We're still on. A missed conversion here. And then Viliami Kikau can score inside the last 10 minutes. Very comfortably. And I'll still win my bet. I think the Sharks are a top 6 team, Bobsy. To be fair, Vincent, we only beat the Eels. And he's missed the conversion! Oh, yeah! It's still on. To be fair, we did only beat the Eels, and the Eels are a complete and total mess at the moment, aren't they? I wouldn't be getting too excited about that performance. There is something seriously up with the Parramatta Eels in 2023, and I can't quite put my finger on what it is. They've had their opportunities. There can be no doubting that. They have had their opportunities. Haven't been able to pull it off. Here we go. Oh, how good was that? Justin Olam from last season. I remember that. I wish I could remember what game it was. I would love to get a clip of that just to see my own face. I must have been so excited. But here we go. 11.5 minutes to go. Tigers suddenly with a spring in their step. Starford To'a almost saw a little bit of space, but he's taken down on halfway. Josh Adokar, what's he doing? He needs to get up at some point. Tigers on halfway. Dewey takes it to the line. Nothing doing there. Tackle 4. We've got 11 minutes for Viliami Kikau to score a try, and Viliami Kikau only, but Naden breaks through for the Tigers, dummies and goes on his own. He's got support inside. There goes Mamolti. The Malti is shot to pieces. But Noah Paul scores the try. And suddenly, we've still got 10 minutes to go in this game. This game is not over yet. My multi is done. Forget about it now. No chance anymore. The Tigers, they're back. There's still 10 minutes to go. They're only going to be trailing by 10. Michelle says, what was in the Tigers' quarter drinks? I reckon that somehow Cameron Munster's stash has ended up in the Tigers' drinks break stash. Hang on, let me try that again. Somehow Cameron Munster's stash has ended up in the Tigers' locker room. And it's been popped into their drinks at the quarter-time break. That's better. Darby Ego, ahoy there. Come on, Bulldogs. They still lead. But they're letting it slip at the moment here. The Dogs, 26-16. 10-point difference. 10 points difference. 10 minutes to go. They need to get their heads back in the game. My multi's done. God damn it, I still haven't won a multi all year. Starting to get frustrating. Tigers. Oh, there's a new lease of life here. There is a new lease of life here for the Tigers. Brooks dummies and goes straight through. Where's his support? Inside ball. The Tigers have scored again. Charlie Staines. Oh, they're well and truly back. The Bulldogs supporters in the crowd cannot believe what they're witnessing here. 3 tries in 3 minutes. Game on here at Belmore. The Bulldogs have gone to sleep, and the Tigers have just suddenly, out of nowhere, sprung to life. This is the craziest game I've seen in what's been a crazy weekend of games. 26 points to 20 with the kick to come. What are you barking at, huh? What's all the commotion? Hey, what's going on outside? What's outside? Hey? $26 points to 22, 9 minutes to go. We have got a game on our hands here. I can't believe it. Back from the dead. You've been a sookie, huh? Been a sookie bum. Yeah, the Dogs are losing, Alara. Well, they're not. They're still winning. But they're doing their best to throw this game away, the Bulldogs. Unbelievable. 26-22, 9 minutes to go. We're back underway. Lemmer, a charging run. The Tigers look like a brand new team here. And the Bulldogs are out on their feet. Tackle 3. Up to the 30-meter line. I can't believe it. I'm at a loss for words. Tackle 4. Brooks out to the left they go. They're into Bulldogs territory. 5th and last. 40 out from the line. Back to Dewey. Dewey puts the ball high. It's not very deep. But it's tapped back by the Tigers, and then the Bulldogs fall on it, and they survive that. They survive that. The Bulldogs have got the ball back. For the first time in a while, they've got the ball back. Vincent Chuggy is just the stream bot. Chuggy's just there to monitor things when I can't be looking. Because I can't be looking all the time, obviously. I've got a game to call. 5th and last, Burton puts the ball high. Very high. Oh, and it's taken well by Dewey. And then he spots a gap. And then he loses the ball in contact. And a kick out. Keeps it alive for the Bulldogs. And it's Bulldogs with the ball. Oh, the Tigers, they've done all that amazing work to get back into the game. And now they've got a full set of 6 to defend. 7 minutes to go in the game. Right on their own line. Out of dummy half. Millimeter out in front of the post here. Bulldogs tackle 2. Marnie comes to the left. Short ball. Oh, Max King. Chopped down. He can't reach out. Tackle 3. Still a meter out. Marnie fires it back. Flanagan out to the right. They go. Flicking it out to Carraz is caught by Brooks. Brooks, he makes the tackle. It's the fifth and last. Oh, dummies, it goes on his own from dummy half. Loses it forward. Did he get it down first, though? We'll need to have a look. He's claiming the try. It's going up as no try. Out of dummy half, I believe it was Faumanu Brown. Faumanu Brown. May have been from dummy half. Well, no, it wasn't. It was Averillo. Oh, he's telling Porky Pies. Jake Averillo, you liar. He got up and he was claiming that try. What a fibber. Jake Averillo. (26-22) it remains. 6 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Stephen Pope, I agree. Players that blatantly... We've got... Obviously, it's going to go to a replay. I just don't understand it. That is obviously going to go to a replay. Why get up and claim that you've scored the try when you've clearly lost it? It's obviously going to get looked at, and you're obviously going to get found out to be a liar. The only thing I can think of is maybe he wasn't claiming the try. Maybe he was getting up and disputing that it may have been ripped out of his arms. Coruscant from dummy half. Front foot ball for the Tigers. Coruscant suddenly looking very dangerous. Oh, and a simple mistake out on the left from Tupou. Junior Tupou. No defense in his face. Nothing really happening out there. He just drops the ball cold and lets the Bulldogs off the hook. It was a bad pass. The pass was miles over his head. But it probably still should have been taken. Oh, James Intox has found it for me. Fantastic. So, I'll bookmark that. Storm versus Warriors. 78 minutes, 47 seconds in. Fabulous. Oh, I remember that. I was so excited when Justin Olam made that break down the sideline. I was probably jumping up and down, shaking the whole house, let alone the camera. Haraz has looked threatening every time. Oh, Brent Naden puts the shoulder into the face on the ground. Uncalled for. Surely he's not going to get away with this. A little bit of a sucker shot when Carraz was on the ground there. Uncalled for. Gets away with it, though. No harm done, but you don't like to see it all the same. And now Preston's down. Bulldogs playing for the penalty. They're playing for the penalty here. The Bulldogs. Oh, Naden again. It was Naden. Naden's just put a cheap shot on the tackle before that I'm surprised he got away with. He can't get away with this one now, surely. 2 in a row. 2 in a row. Brent Naden. Unnecessary. Brent Naden on report. Completely unnecessary stuff there. And the Bulldogs do get their penalty, and a very relieving one at that. Very relieving penalty for them. They start the set 30 metres out. They've got 4 minutes to just get their heads back in the game here, the Bulldogs. Just long enough to sew this game up. Oh, they should have won so comfortably. They should have won so comfortably. It turned into a very close contest at the end. King takes it up to the 10-metre line in front of the posts. Tackle 3. Bulldogs on the attack. Can they put the game to bed? Tackle 4. 10 out. Marnie comes to the left. Burton to kick out. Kick out. Steps off the left. He's taken on the 5th and last. 5th and last 5 out. Burton, they were up quickly on him. Burton puts the kick in. It's been touched by the Tigers. It comes down for the Bulldogs. We've got a lot to look at here. We have got a lot to look at, but it might be a Bulldogs try. It's gone up as no try. Burton put the kick in. It was spent a lot of time on the ground. It came off a lot of players in many different directions. See what's happened here. Kick chasers are all onside. Burton's kick, it wasn't great. It's through the legs of the Tigers. Knocked backwards at this point. Clemmer's there. Does Clemmer get down quick enough? Clemmer's just trying to bump Marnie off the ball. He's not even trying to collect it. It comes off Bateman's head. Oh, it's touched some Bulldogs here. It's going to be a knock on Bulldogs. It is going to be a knock on Bulldogs. Is it a knock on by Bateman first? Come off his shoulder and the side of his face. Bateman's knocked it on. Knock on, Tigers first. I think we've got a double knock on here, I'm pretty sure. Double knock on. Let's call it, and let's move on. There we go. Finally got to a decision here. Double knock on, knocked on first by the Tigers. So it's a result for the Bulldogs. James says, was Olam the only multi? No, I won quite a few last year. Last year and the year before, I did very well on the multis. This year, I was a Micah Sevo try away in round 1. Just a Micah Sevo round 1 try away from a $300 perfect start to the season. But no, son of a bitch couldn't score, could he? Scrum down, Bulldogs. They go to the left. And it's a penalty. It's a penalty to the Bulldogs for raking the ball out. Do they take the 2? Surely you do. Surely you protect yourself from the 6 points. Surely you protect yourself from the converted try. Oh, it's out wide. It's a long way out. Yeah, okay, it's a long way out. They tap and go, the Bulldogs. To be fair, it was a long way out. There was no guarantee of the 2 points there. I thought the penalty was right in front where the scrum was. But no, the penalty was way out on the left-hand sideline. So probably best keep the ball in hand. Here they go. Tackle 3 now. 5 out from the line midfield. Bulldogs, 2 minutes 20 to go in this game. Short ball. Crash ball. Short of the line. They stay on the left with Burton. Short ball to Kickow. Kickow can't get through. Not that there's any point him scoring a try now anyway. Burton rubbers into the end goal. No, it bounces kindly for Bateman. 2 minutes to go. 90 metres to go upfield for the Tigers. But they've got the ball. No result for the Bulldogs. What a finish we've had to this one. Staines takes it up now on tackle 3. 1 minute 45 to go. A long way to go upfield though. Tigers tackle 4. 40 out from their own line in midfield. A minute and a half left now. The fifth and last, one out again up to the halfway line. Coruscant from dummy half, back to Brooks, inside ball, and it's lost forward, and that will be the game, surely. And again, the fifth tackle options of the Tigers. You just have to wonder what is going on. Who's making these decisions? And the Bulldogs slow play right down here. A minute to go. Nobody's in a hurry to play the ball here for the Dogs. Perez now up to the 40-metre line. Surrenders. 45 seconds to go. 4 points the difference. Marnie out of dummy half. Surely he's offside there, Bateman. Surely. It is 6 again. Oh, it's 6 again. That's the game. That is the game. Bateman, there was no way he was square at marker there. Gives away the 6 again. Gives away the game. That will be it, surely. Although I've said that a few times already today. That'll be it, surely. 26-22, 16 seconds to go. That's tackle 3. Oh, suddenly I don't know how to play the ball properly. Oy. Preston takes it forward. This will be the last play of the game. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Marnie runs up to Preston and holds the ball up against his chest. Don't even bother playing it, mate. The Bulldogs, wow. Cheers of relief from the Bulldogs faithful. Cheers of relief from the Bulldogs team, I suppose, because they really let a comfortable position slip there. They should have won that so easily. But boy, did they allow the Tigers back into this contest. 26-22 at full time. Bulldogs with the win. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, we've got to get ready for the next game coming up. Raiders, Sharks coming up next. The Sharks have not beaten the Raiders in 8 previous attempts. 8 in a row for the Raiders over the Sharks. Can the hoodoo be broken here tonight? Wasted World of Sports. I'm going to go get ready for that one. Stick around if you'd like to join me for it. I'll be back in a few minutes. But kickoff. Raiders, Sharks. There's a hoodoo to be broken in the nation's capital. Be right back for that one. I'll go get everything ready. All right. Wasted World of Sports. See you shortly. Wrong goddamn screen. Okay, Wasted Water Sports, welcome back. The final game of round 3. The second of this double today. Ricky's Green Goblins at home against my Cronulla Sharks. James Intox. Ahoy there, Charles KO. Sharks by 16? I goddamn hope so. Do I think there'll be any interference in the Dominic Mysterio versus Rey Mysterio match at WrestleMania? If so, no, I don't think so. I think that storyline has grand finale at WrestleMania. I think Rey gets hold of his son, spanks him. I don't see any need to drag that particular part of the story on any further. I think WrestleMania will be the end. I don't want it to go on any further, put it that way. It's a great story, father versus son. And it's heat that just builds itself. But I think I'm done with that now. I would like it very much to be a conclusive ending at WrestleMania. Here we go, though, out to the nation's capital, Canberra Raiders versus the Cronulla Sharks. The Sharks have not defeated the Raiders for 8 previous attempts on the trot. Oh, here we go. Oh, here comes the most ridiculous thing in the whole NRL. What a bunch of morons. What an honest-to-God bunch of fuckwits. The Viking clap. Do they not realize how stupid they all look? Apparently not. And here they come onto the field, the Green Goblins. The Sharks have failed in their previous 8 attempts to knock off the Raiders. Can they do it here tonight? I didn't get a chance to put together a multi-graphic on the screen, so I will just have to tell you what it is. 4 legs, anytime try scorers. I haven't worried about overs and unders and all that sort of nonsense for this one. Sione Katoa, Hudson Young, Jack Whiten, and Brenton Nakora, my anytime try scorers. Here today, as we are underway, we're off and running, Vobsy. There is not a very big turnout. I wonder if it's the heat. Is it the heat that's kept people away from the ground? Because it's really not a big turnout here for the Raiders Sharks. And it's the Raiders at home. First use of the footy. Great run out of dummy half there. Daine Laurie. Taking them up towards halfway now. 5th and last, the Raiders. 5th and last it is. Goes back to Fogarty. Fogarty puts the ball high. And it falls down nicely for Mulatalo. Mulatalo takes it under no pressure. I find it interesting that KO are continuing to bury their head in the sand. So many people are complaining. Like, okay. For example, I've had one person has very kindly informed me that the volume is too low on the streams. Now, nobody else has said anything. But I took that on board. I said, oh, thank you for the feedback. I'll keep an eye on that to make sure it's not anything happening from my end. You post something on KO Sports, fix your app because it keeps buffering. But it's not one person. It's like 100 people all saying it. And they just bury their heads in the sand. And say, oh, there's nothing wrong on our end. Oh, yes, I'm just as an example, Michelle. As an example. Now, some people blow up unnecessarily on the KO page. As you would expect. But a lot of people are They're paying for a service and they just want an answer. Fix it. It's clearly not just one person with KO. It's a lot of people. A lot of people are saying the same thing, and they just bury their heads in the sand and say, "Oh, it's not us." Make sure you've got good enough internet to handle it. It's like it's buffering for me. It buffers for me, for God's sake. And I'm on $150 a month, 1 terabyte download speed internet. It's not my internet, KO. You. Oh, and Danny Levi's copped a bit of a clip on the mouth. He's gushing out blood. That's not good news for the Raiders early on in this contest. Whiten scampers out a dummy half, and he's up over halfway. Danny Levi it was, off gushing blood out of the mouth. Another high ball. Bulitalo very safe under the high ball. Steps around the oncoming defense. And he gets an extra couple of meters to boot. Some changes to the Raiders team, it looks like. I'm seeing James Schiller, that was, for number 20. Coming to the starting team. Michelle's got Whiten, Mulitalo, and Kennedy in the multi, he thinks. Keeping the ball alive here, the Sharks. Toby Rudolph up to halfway. Rudolph with his freshly shaved head. Finucane keeps it alive. Fifth and last Sharks. Good run here. Good meters made. They're 40 out. They go the short side to Trindle. Puts the ball high. How's the kick chase? Kennedy's getting through at a rate of knots and takes Chris as soon as he catches it. Tackle 3 here. I can't get used to Toby Rudolph with a shaved head. That's going to take some serious getting used to. Oh, there's Nico Hines. Nico Hines with the war paint on, I think. Either that or it's some sort of skincare product. Kennedy with a great returning run. Post-contact meters up to the halfway line. Katoa with another hit up. Tackle 2. They're on the attack now, the Sharks. Brayley out of dummy half. Spots some space. Keeps the ball alive. Moylan across to Rudolph with the freshly shaved head that I will not get used to in a hurry. They stay on the short side. Moylan inside ball. Wilton takes it up. 10 meters out from the line. Tackle 4. Big open side to the right. And that's where they go. And then Hamlin Uele just settles it. Fifth and last, right in front of the post. 5 out. Brayley to the right. Trindle takes it to the line. It's out the back to Kennedy. To Katoa. And he can't quite reach out and get it down. Katoa. But that's a slick start for the Sharks. Putting it through the hands and very nearly yielding a result. Tap and go here for the Raiders. Good defense from the Sharks, driving them backwards. 0-0 that remains here. 6 minutes gone. Sharks, Raiders. Oh! Awera Naira is up and shoving the face of Mulitalo. They're up to halfway on tackle 2. Good meters found here for Ricky's Green Goblins. They'll have an attack in play at the end of this set. Brindle racing up out of the line. Dangerous stuff there. Kicking on the 4th. There's nobody back here for the Sharks. And the kick dribbles over the in-goal line. Oh, they want that over again, the Raiders. A horrible kick on the fourth. Oh, somebody wants... Alara has just brought her favourite ball into me. Like, okay, that's enough streaming this weekend. Thank you. It's time to pay attention to me. Oh, straight through the gap goes Mulatalo. He's got Kennedy in support, and Kennedy scores the first try of the game. That was all just a little bit too easy for the Sharks. Matt Moylan with the cutout ball that puts Mulatalo through the gap. And there is Will Kennedy with the first try of the game. Son of a bitch, wouldn't you know I don't have him in the multi. That was way too easy. That was way too easy there for the Sharks. Worry and signs early for the Raiders. They need to tighten up that defense. Try confirmed. 4-0 under the post. It's about to be 6-0. Maybe this explains the crowd or lack thereof for the home team. Not a very big turnout. When we just witnessed that turnout at Belmore, this is pretty much deserted comparatively. Trindle converts from right in front. 6 points to 0. The Sharks could not have asked for a better start than that. In behind the green screen she went. Dream start here for the Sharks. Remember, I've said it a lot today, but I'll keep reminding you, the Sharks have not defeated the Raiders in their last 8 attempts. Perfect start for them in this fixture. Good kickoff there, deep into the end goal. It's Rudolph who will bring it back. 10 out from the Sharks line. His tradie undies are exposed as he runs up there. And now the Raiders are up a little bit too fast. No, it's a shoulder charge. Hard to do a stream with a dog running rampant. She's allowed. Hey, I stream a lot. I have a lot of... Oh, crap. I didn't even notice the green screen. Okay, she's knocked the ball into the green screen and knocked the green screen over. I didn't even notice. Oh, that's fantastic. Jesus. And that was just a lot of other stuff going over. Yes, as I was about to say, I have a lot of understanding for Laura, her situation. I stream a lot because if I'm not doing the footy games, I'm doing my gaming channel. So she puts up with a lot. Sometimes she's just like, bugger it. I will demand attention. As Moylan puts the ball high into the corner, it's perfectly placed, but it's well taken over there by the Raiders, and they survive. But they are starting this set on their own goal line. Solid defense to start here. Sharks, they've started well. Raiders, not so much. Tackle 3, up to the 30. Or tackle 4 it is, actually. Fifth and last Raiders, they're trapped inside their own half here. Comes back to Whiten. Whiten puts the ball high. Down midfield. Oh, where's it going to bounce? Kennedy lets it bounce, and it's going to bounce over the end goal. And it'll be a 7-tackle set here for the Sharks. Another result. Michelle says Buff is also demanding. Exactly. Oh, well. I've got all the time in the world. The Dogs. It doesn't take a lot. Even when I am streaming, it doesn't take a lot of effort for me to just pick that ball up, throw it back out the door for her a couple of times, and that seems to satisfy her, you know? Like she's done now. She's like, sweet, I just wanted to know you were there for me. That's all she was doing. Just wanted to know that if I did poke my nose in here, you would be there for me, and you were. Good job. And now she's distracted by something else. Third tackle here for the Sharks. Oh, and they've knocked it on in the process of playing the ball on halfway. That invites the Raiders back into this. They're talking about a challenge. They're talking about a challenge, and they are challenging. Oh. Here it is again. Right there. They're challenging again here, the Sharks. Toby Rudolph it is. Losing the ball. Hard to see from anything going on there. He's still got hold of the ball there at that point in time, I believe. Still got hold of it, still got hold of it. Well, where was the knock on? Must be in the process of getting to his feet. There is where he loses it. The challenge is unsuccessful, and the Sharks, they've burnt their challenge very early. That could have gone either way, that one. Well, the Raiders, they get to start this set on halfway. They've been invited back into this contest that they've been shut out of early. It's been all Sharks so far, all down the Raiders' end of the field. But this is a big invitation for Ricky's Green Goblins. The great Viking clapping poofs of the NRL. Now 30 metres out from the line on tackle 3. And we got time off. Oh, go back on the mark, you cheating scum. All right. Tackle 4. Raiders right in front of the post here. 20 out from the line. Whiten plays the ball. They go to the right-hand side. Fogarty dummies and goes on his own. 5th and last. 10 out from the line on the right-hand edge. They stay on the blind side, the Raiders. It's the 5th and last. It's very messy. Fogarty dinks it into the end goal. Trindle collects it and gets back to the field of play easily. And the 5th tackle options of the Raiders go from bad to worse. Some horrible 5th tackle play from the Raiders, letting the Sharks off the hook. And the Sharks can bring it out from their own end now. Tackle 4. They're still inside their own 20. Some expansive play here. Trying to find space. Ramian can't get away from the defense. 5th and last. Sharks 25 out. Trindle needs to put a big kick in here. It's a looping kick. It bounces on halfway and into touch. Terrible set of 6 there from the Sharks. Even Wade Graham looks confused at the back of the coach's box there as to what we just witnessed in that set of 6. He can't understand it. Coach Craig Fitzgibbon, all he could do was have a sip of his water, which is probably actually vodka. I know it'd be vodka for me if I were an NRL coach. It'd be straight vodka in a water bottle. Because obviously I wouldn't be allowed to drink on the job. But I swear to God, I would probably need to. Can you imagine? How could you possibly be an NRL coach or any sport coach? A coach of any sport. That'd be a surefire way to lose your hair and turn into a raging alcoholic, I'm sure. So the Raiders are invited back in again. They've got to get points, surely. You can't just... It doesn't matter who you're playing. You can't just invite a team back into your end of the territory and expect to hold on all game. And this is twice in a row now. The Sharks have invited the Raiders back down here. Said, here you go, have at us. We don't want a 6-point lead anyway. 6-point leads are overrated. Come and have some points of your own. Fourth tackle here, Raiders. They're right on the try line. Cut out ball from Whiten. Surely it was forward. Surely it was forward. It's been awarded. But Whiten has cut out 3 attackers. And he finds his man, Hopoate, on the wing. And there you go. They've been invited back into the contest. And here they are. Whiten. Oh, yeah, it was pretty flat. The touch judge was right there. Okay, it was pretty forward. It was pretty blatantly forward. But forward passes don't get called all that often. Six points to 4. It's been awarded. You can't just invite a team back into attacking your 20-meter zone and expect to hold on to a lead. You're going to crack eventually. And the Sharks, just the victims of their own demise there. Forward pass or not, they invited the Raiders back down that end of the field for a few sets in a row, and they finally broke. 6 points to 4 it is. Kick to come. TJ, they did do the Raiders clap. Viking clap. They did indeed. Jamal Fogarty from the sideline. It's on his favoured boot, though. He strikes it well. It's hooking in. It's in. It's in. It's 6-all. A perfect conversion. 6 points all. The Sharks invited the Raiders back in, and they took it with arms wide open. "17 minutes gone. And the Sharks are showing us exactly why they haven't beaten the Raiders for the past 8 attempts. Back underway. The kickoff is into the end goal. And the Raiders will start this set 10 out from their own line in front of the posts. The Sharks just need to go back to basics, keep them back down here, this end of the field. Slow play the ball. Calling for a 6 again there, the Raiders. Nothing doing. Tackle 3, just outside their own 20. Meters for both teams in attack, hard to come by. The defense has been solid from both teams. 5th and last, Raiders, 40 out. It's, Fogarty with the kick from inside the 40. Backtracking as Mulatalo takes it on the full. Very comfortably taken. And bringing it back for the Sharks. Good to see Talakai back rumbling up. He should be playing in the forwards. He shouldn't be playing in the centres. Hamlin Uele with a big run. Offloads out the back. Brayley swoops on it. They keep it alive. Nakora now trying to find some space. Can't get through. And it's tackle 4 for the Sharks. That second phase ball where they're looking the most threatening. Ramian takes it back behind his own attacking line. Dangerous stuff there. And it's the fifth and last. They're 35 out from the line. They go right-hand side. Trindle puts the ball high into the air. Pressure on the kick chase here. Oh, and it's taken well by Hopoate loses it behind him, though. First knock on by the Sharks. It will be a result for the Raiders. Hopoate loses it back initially. They have no challenge available here, Sharks. Jeez, there's no knock on at all from the Sharks there. They have no challenge. The Sharks burnt their challenge early. They actually didn't touch that at all. The Raiders, what a surprise. The Raiders get a call go their way. Shocking. Who'd have thought? I've never seen that happen before. Tackle 2. Raiders bringing it out from their own end. They survived that little play, which should have been a knock on. But then again, we can't possibly have Ricky's Green Goblins go 0-3. The NRL wouldn't stand for that. Not on your life. Fifth and last here. They're back in Sharks territory. 40 out from the line. Fogarty puts the ball high. They're kicking to Mulatalo every single time tonight, and he stands firm in the face of the chase. And he takes his hit and earns the penalty for his team. Oh, Mulatalo, what a great effort. Standing firm in the face of the kick chasers. He gets barreled in the tackle. Wins a penalty for his team. Holds onto the ball. Solid effort there, Mulatalo. And a relieving penalty for the Sharks because the Raiders were just starting to get on top there. They were gaining ascendancy at a rate of knots. And they really needed to get themselves back down the other end. Finucane now with the hit up for the Sharks. Oh, and he's offloaded into Brayley's face. That's a shocking offload from Dale Finucane. A player of his level of experience should know better than that. And Brayley's done well to hold on to the ball there. He's probably got a broken nose now, but he did well to hold on to it. Fifth and last, Sharks 40 out from the line. Moylan's off to the left. Moylan puts it high. How's the kick chase? No kick chase to speak of at all this time. And the Raiders bring it back very comfortably. Raiders well on top here. The Raiders have got themselves right on top in this contest. The scores are level after the Sharks skipped out to an early 6-point lead. But it's the Raiders well on top these past 10 minutes in every facet of the game. And again, just making meters at will here. Tackle 3, up to halfway. They stay on the short side. Fogarty to Whiten. Whiten takes on the line, and now they've created the overlap. Kick through. The chase. How's the bounce? It bounces kindly for Talakai. And the Sharks, they just hold on. Talakai shrugs off too, and then he goes upfield before he's finally put down. But they are only just holding on here, the Sharks. The Raiders are just dominating territory and possession. And they are right on top with all the momentum behind them here, the Raiders. Ramian tries to get some go forward for his team. Moylan steps off his left and goes up to halfway on tackle 4. An early kick here. Trindle trying to find some space into the corner. It's going to be way too deep. Trindle, and it's a 7-tackle set. And all the ascendancy is with the Raiders. And they've got 7 tackles now to rumble back upfield and put the Sharks under pressure once more. After a solid start, this game has just all gone down the toilet quickly for the Sharkies. They've turned into a bloody shambles. They've turned into the West Tigers. for the Newcastle Knights. Tackle 2. Raiders already into Sharks territory. Taken down in the third, 40 out for the Sharks line. Red hot on attack. Now Whiten brings it back midfield. Fourth tackle, 30 out from the line. They are the Raiders. Oh, and it's a big run. Bulldozing run there from Ciraldo. And they're 20 out on the fifth and last. They stay the short side. Fogarty kicks back into the middle of the field. The Sharks stand and look at each other. And Kennedy gets the ball finally. And it's a result for the Raiders. They will get the ball back from the dropout. And the Sharks, they've just fallen to pieces, the Sharks. They had a solid start, an early 6 points to 0 lead. And now they look completely clueless. And the Raiders look like world beaters. It is all Raiders. But the scoreline remains 6-all. Brindle, the dropout. It's low and flat and bouncing. Fogarty taps it down with his foot on the 40-metre line. And more pressure here for the Sharks' defence. Surely they can't hold on any longer. Surely not. Horsburgh takes it up. Tackle 2. They're 20 metres out on the attack again. The Raiders. Short ball. And Solo is taken down 10 out on tackle 3. Big hit put on Fogarty. Fogarty loses it behind him. It's been touched. It'll be 6 again. It's knocked on by the Sharks. And even when the Sharks do something good, the Raiders get a result for it. They are the luckiest team in NRL, the Raiders. A big hit, a loose ball, and the Raiders are the team that get the result. That is just a huge hit from Nakora, I think it was. Great tackle. That is just a fantastic tackle. Bumps the ball loose. Lucky for the Raiders, he loses it backwards. Oh, and it's been deemed a knock on. Okay. They've called that a knock on in the tackle. The Sharks get away with that one. Talakai draws in 3 defenders as he brings it back from the scrum. Sharks, though, pinned in their own territory. The Raiders right on top in this game. But it's still 6 points all. They have nothing to show for it. That's it, TJ. Big Papa is out at the moment. When he returns, he is returning, right? He hasn't secretly retired and I haven't heard about it, has he? Fifth and last, Sharks. Trindle puts the ball high in front of the posts. There's no pressure on the kick chase. And Chris takes it easily and brings it back 10 metres out from the Raiders line. They're just trying to win some territory back here, the Sharks, but a little gap. It's shut down quickly, but the gap opened up slightly for Tomoko. And Hopawade now, the try scorer. Up to the 40. Easy meters here from the Raiders. Oh, they are so far on the front foot. And now almost going through. Almost going through the gap. Darling. Fifth and last. They're in Sharks territory again. The kick for Katoa. He leaps high and he takes it falling backwards. Oh, what a huge set, though, from the Raiders. The Sharks are under the pump again. The Sharks scored first early inside the first 10 minutes, but ever since that point, it's been all Canberra. Raiders well and truly on top. Dominating every facet of this game, and the Sharks looking completely clueless. Nowhere to go. 4 tackles burnt, and they're only 20 out from their own line, the Sharks. And now he's nearly gone through. Teague Wilton, I think it was then, nearly gets through. And that was some valuable meters. Takes them up to the 40. High ball from Trindle. Chris takes it under no pressure. Runs it back 20 meters before he finds anyone in defense. And now a penalty to the Raiders for a high shot. Because apparently Sebastian Chris's head is attached to the middle of his belly button. And it's a penalty to the Raiders. And that is the most Raiders penalty, the most Raiders-like penalty you'll ever see. A high shot for taking somebody around the shoulders. And the longer this game goes on, the more I'm remembering I hate the Raiders. The hashtag penalty Raiders. Ricky's Green Goblins. More pressure for the Sharks, though. Raiders back in their territory with a full set of 6 at their disposal. Horsburgh it is, taking it up. 30 out from the line. Oh, this is Tom Starling. He has looked threatening. He has looked threatening every time he runs the ball. The best thing that could have happened to the Raiders, I think, was Denny Levi going off. And a 6 again. Of course it is a 6 again for the Raiders. Why wouldn't it be? 6 again for the Raiders. A full set of 6, 10 metres out. Surely the Sharks break here. Surely they can't keep holding on. Good defence from Finucane and Wilton. A metre out from the line. How many metres is he allowed to walk forward before he plays the ball? Fogarty sees a gap, almost goes through. Great defence by Will Kennedy, shutting that gap down. And the Sharks survive again. Tackle 4, just a metre out from the line. Darling with the crash ball to Horsburgh. Easy as you like. They had to break there, the Sharks. They had to break. It's been all Raiders. Canberra have been well on top in this game, and now they have the points to show for it. The crash ball finally breaks them. Horsburgh, he takes on Brayley, and he wins that battle against the smallest player in the Sharks' defensive line. And the Raiders finally have something to show for what has been a half of pure domination. Everything going their way. They're getting all the penalties. They're getting all the calls. They're getting all the 6 agains. They're getting the bounce of the football. Everything going their way. And they're about to also be 6 points ahead on the scoreboard. And it's easy to see why the Sharks haven't beaten this team in 8 previous attempts. Because apart from the start there, the Sharks started with a hiss and a roar, but since then, they have just been completely clueless. Nico Hines cannot come back fast enough for this team. Fogarty taking a bloody eternity. This is such an easy kick. What is he doing taking so long? He is directly in front of the post. You don't even need to think about it. You could do it blindfolded. But he decided to go through. He decided to go through a bloody reenactment of Shakespeare before he kicked that ball. Jason Parryman, ahoy there. "12 points to 6 it is. Raiders well on top. They actually should be ahead by a lot more, to be honest. They've had a domination in every facet of the game, but they only lead by 6. 8 minutes to go until the halftime break, and halftime cannot come quick enough for the Sharks. They need to get in and regroup, get a bit of a stern talking to by Fitzy, get themselves back out here and get their heads back in the game. Points before halftime would be a bonus, but now they essentially just have to hold on and not give away anymore. Raiders with the ball again. I feel like the Raiders have had the ball for about 90% of possession in the last 30 minutes. It'll be very interesting to see the halftime stats for possession and territory. It feels like it's been all Raiders. Oops. All right, go see. Fifth and last. Now the Sharks have finally held the Raiders down in their own half. Blatant interference from Horsburgh on the attempted chase on the kicker. Surely that is not legal. And Mulatalo brings it back for the Sharks. And this is the best position they've been in for a long time, the Sharkies, says Talakai. That's where we want to see Talakai, taking hit-ups, rumbling through the pack. Wilton, he's had a good game so far. Teague Wilton. Meters to be made there on tackle 3. They're still inside their own half, though, the Sharks. Moylan passes it off to Hunt, and Hunt gets them up into Raiders territory. Good run there by Kafusi. Fifth and last. They're 30 out now. Blindside play. Moylan directing traffic out the back to Kennedy. Kennedy grubbers in for the corner. It sits up for Mulatalo to get his second try. And just like that, the Sharks are back. They needed points before halftime. Boy, did they need them. And that is a try. Number 2 for Mulatalo. Who, of course, is not in my multi. Matt Moylan taking it to the line. Will Kennedy with a pinpoint accurate grubber kick through. They had absolutely no right to be in this position, the Sharks. No right at all. 12 points to 10, kick to come. That was some good work. Vobsy says, real question is, will this be kicked? Probably not, but 12 points to 10 going into the halftime break when they looked dead on their feet and the Raiders looked like world beaters. I don't think it needs to be kicked. I think 12-10 is already... The Sharks will go into the sheds happier at 12-10. If he kicks this goal, it's just an extra bonus to the bonus they've already received. Braden Trindle right on the sideline. Right on the sideline. He's on his favoured side, and he hangs it out to the right. Pushes it away beyond the far post. It does not hook back at all. 12 points to 10 it remains. But that was a very important try there for the Sharks. Very important, because this game was just drifting away from them very, very quickly. And you can't help but think that if Canberra were any good, that they would have been a lot further ahead by now with just the sheer domination that they've had in this first half. I can only imagine the way that the Sharks played in that first half, the scoreline that a Panthers or a Roosters or a Rabbitohs, or dare I say, even a full-strength Storm team, the head start that they would have had on them by now would have been insurmountable. They're just lucky they're only playing the Raiders. Sharks, though, first set of 6 after points are very important, as I always say. And Hunt takes them up beyond the 30-metre line. And this is a good set. McInnes up towards halfway. Just what they needed after points here, the Sharks. Rumbling into Raiders territory. Nakora. 40 out from the Raiders line. 5th and last. Trindle's on this short side, puts it high. This is a better kick chase. There's pressure on Sebastian Kris this time. And he knocks it on. And the Sharks are going to have another shot here before the break. 3.5 minutes to go until halftime. Sometimes the game is just so simple. Get through your set. Get a good kick away. Kick chase. Pressure the receiver. Mistake is made. Sometimes the game is just so goddamn easy, isn't it? 3.5 minutes to go till the break. A result for the Sharks. They will have another attacking raid here. 10 out from the Raiders line. They go to the left. They go Mulatalo's side. Talakai draws in 3 defenders. He's dragging 3 defenders. He's a metre out from the line, Talakai, before he's finally brought to ground. Back to the right they go. Hunt takes it forward. Oh, that's Kafusi now. Kafusi tackled a metre out. He dry humps the air like a fish out of water as he tries to get a quick play the ball away. That's Hunt. Tackle 3, a metre short. They're trying the crash plays here. Now they free up the backs. Trindle, the worst dummy. Nobody would have fallen for that, surely. Worst dummy you'll ever see thrown. And he's taken on tackle 4. They go left. Brayley. Long ball out to Moylan. Takes it to the line. Cuts out Talakai and finds Kennedy. Kennedy juggles and reels it in. 5th and last. Bad pass from dummy half to Moylan. Moylan with the crossfield kick. Oh, Ramian's bumped off the ball. Ramian's bumped off the ball, and that is an easy take for Whiten. A metre out from their own line here. The Raiders under the pump, though, inside the last 2 minutes. Tackle 3, still inside their own 10-metre line here, the Raiders. Now, a kick and chase on tackle 3. Nobody's back here for the Sharks. Oh, the bounce is poor for the Raiders. And Nickera gets back there and takes that in, but some good vision there. Some good vision there on tackle 3. Under the pump, Jack Whiten just needed a kind bounce. Didn't get it. And the Sharks will get another chance here before the halftime break. Can you imagine if they go into the sheds with the lead? That would be incredible. Trindle out the back to Kennedy. Again, takes it to the line. And Ramian is met by Hopewade. And slammed to the ground. A very aggressive tackle there. Put on Ramian. So this is it now for the Sharks. McInnes, 5th and last. They've gone nowhere in this set, the Sharkies. Nowhere. 12-metre gain in that set of 6. 5th and last, Moylan. They're going to run it. They go out to the left. Talakai will just go to ground meekly and surrender. And what a piss-poor end to that set of 6, really. Well, which goes on top of a piss-poor 5 tackles that led up to it. And they just meekly hand the ball over. And the Raiders survive. The Raiders are dead on their feet. Oh, they were under the pump. And they will hold a 2-point lead going into halftime. 12 points to 10. A missed conversion is the only difference between the two teams on the scoreboard. But the difference between the two teams in terms of the way that the game has actually played out on the field is night and day. The Raiders well and truly on top from a majority of that first half. The Sharks have looked completely out of water, totally clueless. A very disappointing performance from them so far in every facet of the game. And 12 points to 10, the Raiders, very justifiably so, hold on to a slender lead at halftime. So some of these stats will be very interesting. The halftime stats. Very interesting to have a look at once they refresh. Damani, Kamisa. Bonjour. Halftime here, 12 points to 10. The Sharks are really going to have to lift in this second half to be any chance here. They've really been atrocious. probably one of the worst performances by any team I've seen so far this weekend. That Sharks first half, really disappointing. Just completely clueless on attack. 12 points to 10 it is at the break. I'm going to have a quick break, and I'll be right back for the second half. Right here on the Wasted World of Sports. See you for the second half. We are ready to go for the second half here. Oh, it's starting to... The lights are starting to kick in here. The Wasted Water Sports HQ. Go. There we go. Because I started in daylight. Now the lights are kicking in. I'm a hard task... Hang on, let me try that again. I'm a hard taskmaster, Vincent. I expect very high quality from the teams I support. Anything less than the best, I'm not happy with. They certainly haven't thrown up their best effort so far today, the Sharks. I think very lucky to still be in the game at halftime. If the Raiders were a better team, like the Panthers, for example, would have been ahead by a lot more. All the opportunities that the Sharks just handed them that first half to only be behind by 2 points is a positive. Take the positives out of the negatives. Yes, the Sharks are behind, but only by 2 points. It could have been a lot worse. They went through long periods of that half where they just weren't in it at all. I find the statistics quite interesting. Possession, very even. Really didn't feel like that. Sharks started the stronger of the two teams, but then from probably the 10th minute till about the 35th minute, it was literally, it felt like all Raiders. 90% completion rate for the Raiders, 88% for the Sharks. Time in possession, very even. The Raiders with 3 line breaks to 1. That's one of the difference points at the moment. The Raiders are breaking tackles. The Sharks are not. I'm just a really hard taskmaster. I expect perfection, and I haven't got it, so I'm not happy. But I'm going through the stats, and the game is very delicately poised. And it's actually been quite even statistically. It felt like, standing here watching it, it felt like it was all Raiders for large portions of that game. But looking at the stats, it's all pretty even, isn't it? And very justified of a 12-10 half-time scoreline. Vopsy says, as long as the Raiders don't do what they did against the Cowboys, Sharks should pull through either way. Going to be close. Shack of Hearts, ahoy, mate. Shack of Hearts, welcome along. I still think that first try by the Raiders was a forward pass. I don't think passes get too much more forward than that, personally. But nothing that can be done about it now. The decision was made. The try stood. Jack of Hearts, you went to the game today. Very nice. Which game? Bulldogs. Or the Super Rugby? Ah, yes. The Reds versus the Fijian. Oh, how did that turn out? Let's see what's going on in Super Rugby land. Even though I haven't followed it this year. Let's see. Oh, the Reds just holding on. 27-24. The Highlanders with a victory over the Force. The Brumbies spanking Moana Pacifica. The Crusaders holding on to defeat the Blues. Chiefs over the Rebels, and the Hurricanes over the Waratahs. Good results there for the Kiwi teams. Look at that, the Brumbies, the only Australian team, making a dent really in the top tier teams. The Reds are in there in sixth. What? The Waratahs down in ninth with a 1-3 record. Oh, you love to see that. It's actually funny because I go for the Blues in rugby league when it's state of origin time, but in the rugby union, I cannot. And I hate the New South Wales Waratahs. I mean, the New South Wales Waratahs are my Canberra Raiders of Super Rugby. Hate them. Passion. Hate their supporters. Hate them. Hate their players. Hate everything about them. The Brumbies and the Chiefs. The Chiefs are also undefeated up the top of the table there. Looking at the table at the moment. Chiefs and Brumbies both with 4-0 records. Up the top. Hurricanes in third spot with 3-1, and then the Blues 2-2. And Crusaders. The Crusaders, they won't be down in fifth spot for very long. Don't get used to seeing them there. That's for sure. Oh, sweet. Look at that. Reds and Crusaders. Week 6. What's that? The 31st of March. Reds Crusaders. Is that at Suncorp? I might go to that. having just said, I don't care about Super Rugby this year. It is at Suncorp. Interesting. Might have to make a trip out for that one. Nothing like a live game of rugby to get me back into it. Vincent, you're going to see a Sharks home game this year. Nice. Very good. Hopefully, bloody Nico Hines will be back and the Sharks will be ticking along nicely at that point in time. Is Brad Thorne still coaching? I believe he is. Can't say for certain, though. Yeah, so Scott Robinson's obviously the head coach of the Crusaders. Where would Brad Thorne be coaching? Oh, the Reds. Of course. I think he is, isn't he? I didn't hear anything about him getting fired or leaving. Yes, Brad Thorne, head coach. What a great player, Brad Thorne. Turning into a great coach as well. Great player in rugby league. How funny is it, though, Brad Thorne representing Australia in league and then going and playing for the All Blacks in rugby union? Why didn't the son of a bitch play for New Zealand in the rugby league? He pledged his allegiance to Australia in league, then went on to be one of the greatest All Blacks in his position of all time, quite frankly. He was a really solid player. Great player in both codes. I know he was born in New Zealand, but what I'm saying is, why didn't he represent New Zealand in rugby league? I mean, let's face it, New Zealand needed him more than Australia did. Australia didn't need a Brad Thorne in rugby league. They already had a stacked team. Brad Thorne could have torn it up, Kiwis, in the rugby league. Who is the best fullback in the NRL? One would have to say Tedesco, wouldn't they? Mullins. Anthony Minicello. Okay, are we talking all time or right now? All time or present day? Present day, Teddy Tedesco, easy. Easy call. All time, still Teddy. Bloody Dylan Edwards. Dylan Edwards is underappreciated as well. Dylan Edwards might not be as spectacular as Teddy, but geez, you would want a Dylan Edwards on your team, surely. Teams are on their way back out for the second half. 12 points to 10. The Raiders holding on to a slim lead here. And I realize I have been tearing my own team to pieces, but they're not doing too badly. They just need to tighten up a few things, especially defensively. And I'm sure that Coach Craig Fitzgibbon has told them exactly that at halftime. Well and truly game on here, though. $12 points to 10. I think the best thing that happened to the Raiders in this game was Daine Laurie going off injured, because Tom Starling has been in immaculate form since he's come on. Tom Starling has been the difference between the two teams at the moment, in my humble opinion. And that is all down to Daine Laurie going off the field early with a broken jaw. And an early penalty here for the Sharks. The first tackle of the second half, and the Sharks are piggybacked out of their own end. Ricky Stewart will be pulling his hair out on the sideline, if he's even back in position yet. Farsi, we're a bit far out to be taking the two here. Even I have my limits, all right? I've got my limits with take the two. And that was it. If they were a little further upfield, perhaps. Sharks going to Raiders territory. A good start to the second half here for them. McInnes driving it forward. 35 out from the line. And Kaufusi, another good hit up from him. He's been a nice little purchase there, Oregon Kaufusi. They come to the left-hand edge here. Wilton threatening the line. Fifth and last, they're 5 out. Can they break the Raiders down early here? Moylan runs across field, links up with Trindle. Trindle, dummies, throws it out to Kennedy, and that will be a penalty for interference. Obstruction. And it all breaks down again on the fifth and last. The Sharks' fifth tackle options continue to be atrocious. The Sharks' fifth tackle options have been horrible. And a gift back to the Raiders. An absolute gift straight back to them. Yeah, unfortunately, Stack of Hearts. Bloody hard. It's a hard deal. And a penalty to the Raiders. Back-to-back penalties. Now you take the 2. We're definitely in 2-point range now. They're discussing it. What are we going to do here, lads? They're going to plug it into touch. And the Raiders will be starting this set. Invited all the way back down the other end of the field to start this set. 30 out. Sharks doing Sharks things. 4 fifth tackle options and then giving away gift penalties. Not making the Raiders work for anything at the moment. No wonder they haven't beaten them the past 8 games. Seems like they don't want this one very much either. Handing it on a silver platter to Ricky's Green Goblins at the moment. As Whitehead is tackled on tackle 3. They're 10 out from the line. Now they play Fogarty. The inside ball. It's flicked out to Horsburgh. Horsburgh steps off his left. Keeps it alive. And it's tackle 4. They're just a metre out from the line. Horsburgh has a swipe at McInnes for some reason. They get 6 again. Another full set of 6. Oh, jeez. Painful team. Painful team to support. Absolute coach killers that. And now an easy backline play and try for the Raiders. Simple as you like. What a bunch of Nancy. 16-10, kick to come. Easy as you like. Darling to Horsburgh. To Fogarty. To Tomoko. 1-on-1 with Matt Moylan and Sofa Talakai. That channel of Moylan and Talakai are just leaking points this season. And again, Moylan couldn't make a tackle if his life depended on it. And Talakai caught out of position again. Way too focused on his outside man who was already covered. I've been saying it all season. Bench Talakai or put him back to the forwards. He is a liability in defence out there in the centres. And he offers very little on attack these days anyway. Talakai caught out of position again, leaving Moylan to do the hard yards 1-on-1, which he can't do. It's been proven. And that Moylan-Talakai channel has been busted to pieces again by the opposition. 16-10, kick to come. The Raiders lead restored. Fogarty moves in, strikes it, hooks it. It's off the post and through. And the luckiest team in the NRL continues to get all the luck go their way. The ball bouncing in off the upright. And it's an 8-point lead again, restored for the Raiders. For the Sharks, Nico Hines can't come back quick enough. And I dare say Matt Moylan is the one that needs to make way for him. Braden Trindle has done everything that's been asked of him to come in and take over in his absence. Matt Moylan is a liability in defence. Sofa Talakai is out of his depth in the centres. He's not a centre is why. Oh, hashtag penalty Raiders. Another gift penalty. Oh, this game's over. This game's done and dusted. Oh, what a hard team to support. Up to halfway go the Raiders. They'll get another penalty here if they're not careful. The Sharks, the discipline has gone out the window. The skills have gone out the window. Whiten stepping off his left. Trying to find space through. And the Sharks, for whatever reason, just can't play against the Raiders. They've lost the past 8 times that these two teams have met. And it's very much looking like 9 tonight. 5th tackle here for the Raiders. They're 10 out from the line on the attack again. Horsburgh to Fogarty. Here's Whiten. Cut out ball. Tomoko looking for a second. He gets the ball away. And it's lost forward by the Sharks. No, it's not. Talau holds onto it. Thank the Christ above. Whatever Christ you believe in, thank them above. The Sharks survive. Because that was actually knocked on. That was actually knocked on by the Sharks. And they got away with that. And the crowd's just seen it on the big screen. And they are not happy. Hard team to support, says Michelle. Lucky there's no Tigers fans here. Yeah, but the Tigers know their shithouse. The Sharks are actually a decent team on paper. They just decide against certain teams or at certain venues like Suncorp that they can't play. They're a good quality team on paper. They are a top 4 finals-bound team on paper. It's just that they come out every now and then and stink the joint out. Like that. Loose carry, knock on the halfway line from Nakora. And just inviting the Raiders back into their territory. Just asking, please, Raiders, please score more points on us. Dustin Fisher, Jack Whiten is that goofy-looking prick, the number 6 for the Raiders. That guy there, just passing the ball now. Goofy-looking bastard. Oh, please keep him away from the Blues jersey. Season. Up quickly in defense, the Sharks. The play breaks down, but it will be Raiders' ball, I believe. Tapped by the Sharks. Saved a try, but gives away 6 more tackles. Although this call, it's lost forward by Tomoko. I thought for sure that was touched from the Sharks. Watching it live, the camera angle, I thought it was flicked forward by Mulatalo. Craig Fitzgibbon, Coach Fitzgibbon, there in the coach's box. They all look pretty forlorn in there. They look like a coach's box that's ready to defeat. Scrum down for the Sharks. 20 out from their own line. Katoa. He's up. He's still going. Sione Katoa. Somebody just needs to hold on to the ball, for starters. Try and wrestle some momentum back here for the Sharks. Could it be that? No, it can't. Another loose carry. Another lost ball. Oh, this is just atrocious. Another loose carry, another lost ball in contact for the Sharks inside their own half. And they're just saying, please, Canberra, please score some more points. We're not happy to only be trailing by 8 points. We want you to have more. Oh, God damn it. I nearly changed my tip as well. I nearly changed my tip because the Sharks have lost the last 8 in a row against the Raiders. I thought they were no chance again tonight, but I decided to stick with my team, and this is the utter dross that I get from them. This is the thanks I get for keeping my support and my tip with them. This is what they serve up. There's a try for the Raiders. Oh, Hudson Young rumbling it forward. Fogarty just needed to pass that ball. Fogarty just needed to pass it out, and Schiller was in the corner. Oh, they've butchered that one, Canberra. That was a gift for the Sharks there. But still, they're on the front foot. Plenty of tackles up their sleeve, and there it is. Horsburgh gets another one. Corey Horsburgh gets another try. It's about to be 24 points to 10. The Sharks playing like wooden spooners. The Raiders, well, they're not really playing good, are they? It's just the Sharks are playing like wooden spooners. Nine in a row against the Sharks here. Oh, hang on. Time off. Something's being looked at. Oh, try confirmed. Try confirmed, but we're looking for some foul play against the Sharks. Just to make matters worse, the Sharks might be looking at playing the rest of the game with 12 men. There he is, 10 in the bin. Sharks are down to 12. Just to add insult to injury. 9 in a row. 9 losses in a row. Cronulla against the Raiders. Unbelievable. What is it about this team? No matter what state both teams are in. No matter what state both teams are in. The Sharks just cannot defeat Ricky's Green Goblins. It's about to be 24-10 with the conversion. Sharks down a man for the next 10 minutes. I have absolutely no idea what the 10 minutes in the bin was for, Shaka Hearts. Because all I could see was Corey Horsburgh, the kid from the bully game, grown up in real life, arcing up at Royce Hunt, and Royce Hunt arcing up back. Surely the fact that Royce Hunt wasn't in position and gave away the try, because that's where the gap was created, was enough. Oh, there we go. Punch. Apparently there was a punch thrown. That Sharks coach's box has had that same look on their face for the past 30 minutes. That is a team, a coaching team, that's pretty much accepted defeat. They knew what they were getting in for. 8 in a row they've lost. Not them in particular. The brand new coaching squad this season. And last. They knew what they were in for, though. They have not defeated this team in their last 8 attempts. Make it 9 tonight. And, yeah. Sharks, absolute. I mean, they haven't even fired a shot tonight, the Sharks. Just complete and utter trash. I dare say they would have even struggled to beat the Knights or the Tigers tonight, and surely that's a penalty. Will Kennedy, who was on the ground, he is dragged backwards 10 metres whilst on the ground. As soon as you drop to ground, that is the tackle completed, usually. But it's a different set of rules that the Raiders get to play by. Bobsy says Sharks next away game in Canberra, they will just forfeit. They obviously hate the place. But it's not just, it's 8 games against Canberra, period, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's 8 games in a row in Canberra. It's just 8 games in a row against Canberra. It doesn't matter where these two teams play. The Sharks just can't play against them. As well as Suncorp. The Sharks should just not bother playing at Suncorp Stadium either. Playing at Suncorp is absolutely pointless for the Sharks. A set restart here for the Sharks. But, I mean, they're not going to do anything with it, so it's kind of pointless. Wilton coming back on the angle, takes tackle 3. Trindle to the line, finds Moylan out the back. Moylan is chopped down. 4 tackles just like that, done and dusted. Kafusi. It's the 5th and last, 10 metres out from the line. 5th tackle options have been atrocious tonight. The kick for Mulatalo, and it's lost forward by the Raiders. The Sharks will get another set of 6 here. 25 minutes to go. There's time enough if they're good enough, but unfortunately, they've shown tonight they're really not good enough. This was actually, I think that was actually tapped back by Mulatalo. I wonder if the Raiders have challenged. They haven't. Hey, I think the Sharks have got away with one there. And you're just waiting for the mistake. You're waiting for the dropped ball. They go to the right. Trindle takes it to the line. Cutout ball to Jesse Ramian. And Jesse Ramian, unless it comes back for some obstruction or something else to save the Raiders, it's a try for the Sharks. Maybe they should keep playing with a man down. Maybe. But this was the turning point here. I am sure that is knocked back by Mulatalo and into touch. That is one that's gone the Sharks' way, and boy, did they deserve it. All the calls that have gone against them tonight. Well, let's see. Has this one been confirmed yet? Yes, it has. Trindle runs to the line. The cutout ball to Jesse Ramian. (24-14) kick to come. It's about to be 24-16. They're still in it on the scoreboard, the Sharks, but they are nowhere near in it in terms of the way that the teams are actually playing the game. I'm having a shocking run with the multis season, Michelle. I was a Micah Sevo try away from a $300. What the hell was that? Why is Talakai taking conversions? Why is Talakai taking shots at goal? That is the worst attempt at a conversion you will ever see in your life. The Sharks are just shooting themselves in the foot here. Why? You've got Braden Trindle, you've got Matt Moylan, you've got Will Kennedy, and they send Sofa Talakai up for the conversion. Talakai wouldn't have got that through the posts if there were 7 sets of posts side by side, for God's sake. That was the worst kick I've ever seen in my life. Why was he even doing it? Blake Brayley, for God's sake, before Talakai can take shots at goal. Well, they have just left. That was an easy conversion as well. They have just left 2 points out on the field. They're the Sharks. Honestly, I am convinced by that decision alone that they don't want to win this game. They don't want to win this game. For whatever reason, if you send Talakai up for conversion attempts, you don't want to win this game. I'm convinced now. For whatever reason, the Sharks simply don't want to win this game. That's the only reason that you would just throw away 2 points by putting Talakai up as the goal kicker. I don't understand that at all. But anyways, it was a good set of 6 after points for the 12-man Sharks. 21 and a half minutes to go. And let's see, they're 10 points behind, so they're going to need 3 tries to get back in it, because if Talakai is going to be kicking goals, they're not going to get any 2-pointers for the rest of the game. So they need 3 tries to take the lead. I can't believe that. 5th and last for the Raiders. They're 30 out. High ball. How's the kick chase? The kick chase is good. There's pressure. It could bounce anywhere. It bounces into the end goal and it's tapped dead. A result for the Raiders at the back of that. And that was a much better set from them. Lots of hands on hips from the Sharks here. Kennedy was going to go up for it. But it was a great kick chase from the Raiders. And Trindle gets back to tap it over the dead ball line. Let me guess, Talakai's taking the dropout? No, it's gone to Brayley. And Brayley goes deep. Up over the halfway. They've let it bounce, the Raiders. It's a good dropout, but it bounces kindly for them. They needed a forward bounce there, the Sharks. They didn't get it. And now pressure on the Sharks' defense. Hunt is still in the sin bin for 1 minute and 50 seconds. If they can hold on. If the Raiders score here, it's over. If they hold on, still a man down and get the ball back, it's still game on. Fogarty spies a gap. Nearly gets through on tackle 3. Front foot ball here for the Raiders. Oh, they've got them skinned out to the left. Whiten goes to the left. Good defense there. Great defense there, forcing the mistake. The Sharks force the mistake and they hold on. Great defense from Jesse Ramian. Saving the day for the Sharks, a tackle that had to be made. If he misses that, they are in with a 5-man overlap at least to the left there, the Raiders. That was a very important tackle, Jesse Ramian. And then to force the error on top of it, Talakai pops the pass out to Mulatalo, gets away from Horsburgh and takes it up towards halfway. Terrible pass from dummy half. Inside the 40, Trindle looking for a 40-20. Looking for a 40-20, Trindle, and gets it. Braden Trindle with a 40-20. And this 12-man Sharks team, geez, they should keep him off. No, Royce Hunt's up, ready to come back on the field. Keep him off. They're doing better with a man down. Keep him off. We don't want him back. Sharks ball on the attack again. Brayley, dummies right, goes left. Moylan steps off his left foot, tries to go on his own. Second tackle here, Sharks a metre out. Crash ball for Rudolph. They were onto that though, the Raiders. 3 men in defence. And they drive him backwards. Brayley from dummy half. They're over the line, but they're held up. Jack Williams is over, but he is held up on tackle 4. Shack of Hearts, do you think Royce Hunt will be suspended for that punch? I suppose he has to be, but surely Horsburgh gets some sort of ramification for his part in all that. Royce Hunt's back on the field and taking the crash ball up. 5th and last Sharks, a metre out from the line. Oh, they're up quickly. They're up quickly, the Raiders. Surely a little too quick. The kick into the end goal. Timoko gets it. He comes back into the field of play, is then tackled and driven backwards. Offloads. Hopewadi dives out into the field of play. Oh, risky stuff there from the Raiders, but they get away with it. They got out of jail big time there, the Raiders. Passing the ball from inside their own in-goal area, keeping it alive, not wanting to give away the dropout. Anything could have happened there. And they survive to the Raiders, the 40-20. Here's a break. Oh, half break just pulled down by the Dax. 5th and last Raiders, halfway. Fogarty puts it high. No pressure on the kick chase. Well, there is pressure on the kick chase, and there's pressure from his own teammate. The Sharks get in each other's way, and they make a complete and total mess of that. Mulatalo's hurt in the process. All offside there, the Raiders, surely. They've just burnt a tackle there, the Sharks. All offside again. And a mistake. Surely they're offside, though, the Raiders. Yes, there we go. Penalty. I mean, they had to be called for offside there. I mean, they were offside for 2 plays in a row, and one finally got called. But I dare say, if the mistake isn't made by the Sharks, if the mistake's not made, I don't think that gets called. It's only the fact that the Sharks lost the ball that the referee fronted up and made that call. 16 minutes to go, 10 points the difference. They have no right to still be in this game, the Sharks. The Raiders have been all over them. The Raiders have dominated this match. But they're only 10 points ahead to show for it. Tackle 3, Sharks towards the 20-metre line. Trindle runs to the line. Short ball to Wilton. And Wilton's taken 10 out. Wants a quick play the ball. Raiders crowding the play the ball area. And Royce Hunt on the 5th and last. Now a metre out in front of the post. 5th tackle options have been questionable at best for the Sharks tonight. Moylan to Kennedy. Kennedy grubbers into the end goal. It's taken by Sebastian Chris. And Chris brings it back to the 10-metre line. And another poor 5th tackle option for the Sharks. And the Raiders, with 15 to go, a 10-point lead. They don't have to do anything too fancy here. Jack Whiten appealing for a penalty, doesn't realise the ball's been played right under his nose. The Raiders bring it up towards the halfway line here. 30 out from their own line. Tackle 4. Another solid run on the 5th and last. He almost broke through last time. He takes it up to the halfway line this time. Another good run there. Joseph Tapani, that is. High ball, pressure on the kick receipt again. Mulatalo is up above them all to take it. And now a penalty to the Sharks for holding down. Mulatalo wanted to get up and play that quickly. He was not allowed to. A rather pointless kick into touch there from Trindle. Really pointless. It made all of 5 metres. And the Sharks essentially start from where they would have anyway had they just tapped the ball and... Okay, so here goes Talakai through 1, taking on the defensive line. So we just got confirmation Braden Trindle was getting his ankle attended to when Talakai took that kick at goal, that conversion attempt, as KO Sports just crashes. And it's now buffering KO Sports. There we go, we're back. Bloody KO Sports. But there's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong at their end, remember. 4th tackle here, Sharks, 10 out from the line. They need a try here, really. Kennedy takes it to the line. They've created an overlap here for Katoa. Cuts back inside. Sione Katoa. It's still tackle 4. Kicking forward for Wilton. It's too deep. It's a 7 tackle set for the Raiders. And the Sharks, their options at the end of sets. It's what's let them down for the past 2 seasons. And it continues to let them down early in 2023. That was only tackle 4. Worth pointing that out. That was only tackle 4. They still had another play up their hands there. And now a 7 tackle set and a gift to the Raiders to get out of this pressure that they've been under for the past little 10-minute or so period. Yes, the Sharks for the past 2 or 3 seasons, one of their big downfalls has been 5th tackle options. That wasn't the 5th tackle, but Still, their choices on attack have been questionable at best. Whiten's put it out on the full now, just inviting the Sharks back down the other end. They're trying to get themselves out of pressure. They had a 7-tackle set. Whiten has kicked on tackle 3, and he's put it out on the full. 11 and a half minutes to go in this game with a 10-point lead. That is not the play that you should be choosing to do. Well, the fact that he even tried to kick it on tackle 3 in the first place, I mean, obviously, it's not the play you want to put it out on the full. Sharks now keeping the ball alive. Wilton, he's looked threatening every time he gets the ball. And he's taken on tackle 2 here on the left-hand edge. 10 out from the Raiders line. They must score now, the Sharks, if they want to make any contest of this at the back end of the game. And Brendan Hamlin-Uele's holding his head. I thought he lost the ball. They go out to the right. Kennedy out the back to Ramian. To'a is taken on tackle 4. Right on the corner. Right-hand side. They're lined up to the left. Kennedy to Rudolph. Nothing doing here. What a waste of a play. Rudolph just settles it in midfield. 10 out from the line. Brayley from dummy half. Short ball to Hamlin-Uele. He offloads to nobody. It's collected by Wilton. They keep it alive. Talakai, Grubbers, straight to Fogarty. And again, the 5th tackle options appalling from the Sharks. Just appalling headless play. And Tomoko brings it back for the Raiders. Valuable meters. Lots of hands on knees here from the Raiders. They look out on their feet here, Canberra. They've been doing a lot of defending, but they're holding on. They're really not throwing anything at them here, the Sharks. The 5th tackle options of the Sharks, disgraceful. 10 minutes to go. 10 points the difference. The Raiders have not looked like breaking defensively, it must be said. 5th and last. Fogarty from inside the 40. It's over Kennedy's head. He reaches back and claims it. Hands it off to To'a to bring it back for the Sharks. To'a runs crossfield and then straightens at the last minute. Gets it up to the 20. Mulatalo now looks to offload. Does. It's To'a again. His 2nd hit up in a row. Tackle 2. 30 out from their own line. The Sharks. Mulatalo again getting involved. They're doing it with the wingers at the moment, the Sharks. 3rd tackle. Still inside their own half. 6 again. That's what they needed. Ramian out to Nakora. Steps back in field. They've got the 6 again here, the Sharks. Tackle 1. 40 out from the Raiders line. 9 minutes to go. They need to try a quick smart here, the Sharks. Sooner the better. To just make a game of it. It's all Raiders at the moment. Hamlin-Uele rumbling forward. They're 20 out now on tackle 3. Can they break them? Short ball to Rudolph. It pops out the back. Moylan keeps it alive to Kennedy. Kennedy dummies and goes on his own. And he's taken on tackle 4. 10 out from the line. But really not looking threatening at all, the Sharks, it must be said. They're not looking like breaking through. Hamlin-Uele caught on tackle 5. 10 out from the line. They stay on the short side. It's well defended out there. Oh, it's not well defended out there. Nakora goes straight through. That is as soft as you can possibly ask for. Nakora goes over. They were numbered up here. The Raiders actually had more defenders out there than the Sharks had attack. And I thought that was a big mistake. They've gone out to the blind side where there were 4 Raiders defenders to 3 Sharks attackers. And somehow, Nakora's just gone through untouched. I thought for sure that was the wrong option. The Raiders were more than numbered up over there. And somehow, they've just gone straight through there, the Sharks. Big kick here. Trindle gets it through. 24 points to 20. 7 minutes to go. Game on here. We've got a big last 7 minutes incoming. 24-20. 7 minutes to go. There's an awkward hush around the stadium. The home fans don't quite know what to think. A little bit of a wry smile on Fitzy's face there. Nico Hines due back for the Sharks next week. That's massive. Nico Hines can't come back fast enough. Back underway. Hamlin, ULA with the first hit up. Hands all over the ball here. Got to make sure you hold on to it. 6 minutes 50 to go. 24 points to 20. Finucane now taking the hit up. Finucane still out there. Big effort from him. Rudolph taking it up to halfway on tackle 4. Offloading to Brayley. Keeps it alive. Finucane again. Moylan. Here goes Talakai. Talakai just puts the head down. Gets some extra meters. They're back in Raiders territory. Mulatalo scoops it up from dummy half. Runs across field. Short ball. Nickera does well to hold on to it. Fifth and last Sharks, 20 out. Right in front of the post. Moylan chips it in over the top. It's too deep, Moylan. It was way too deep. Matt Moylan, and again, the fifth tackle option for the Sharks is what is their downfall. The fifth tackle options is what the Sharks need to look at tonight. For the past 2 seasons at least, they have let themselves down with the fifth tackle option taking. And again tonight, it has been their ultimate downfall. Too many just no attacking kicks or no attacking plays at the end of set. 6 again for the Raiders. 5.5 minutes to go. And the Raiders are off the hook. Back down in Sharks territory. You get the feeling the Sharks have had their chance to steal this game. Raiders just need to go through the motions here. Nothing silly needed from them. Tackle 4. They're 10 out from the Sharks line. Midfield. Starling. He could be the difference maker. Since he came onto the field, the best thing that happened to the Raiders tonight was Daine Levi breaking his jaw. You've got to feel sorry for Daine Levi. But seriously, Starling has been immense. Whiten passes it out. And now they've lost the ball. Shields leaves it behind him. And the Sharks come away with it. 4.5 minutes to go. 0 tackle, but a long way to go upfield. They really need a penalty here, the Sharks. They need a piggyback downfield. Penalty or a line break. They need something to get themselves up the other end of the field. Royce Hunt, post-contact meters. They needed that. Tackle 3. 40 out from their own line. Finucane, front foot ball here. Moylan steps inside. Tries to keep his feet. Chopped down on tackle 4. Kennedy probing, looking for some sort of space. Taken down on the 5th and last. They stay on the short side. Trindle goes high. It's going to fall down 10 meters out from the Raiders line. And Hopewade catches it falling backwards. And they will start this set deep in their own territory here, the Raiders. They don't have to do anything stupid here, Canberra. They just have to get through their set, pump the bugger as far upfield as they can, and that will basically be the game for them. Big set of 6 here for the Raiders. Can they get as far upfield as possible? Sharks, they just need to not give away a penalty. There's still plenty of time for them for another set. Hudson Young from dummy half, keeping the ball alive. Finucane directing traffic in defence. Whiten frees them up. They've got an overlap here. The Raiders, they don't use it. And Talakai gives away the penalty. No, he didn't. It's called a knock on. Oh, that's surely a penalty against Talakai. There we go. That is the right call been made there, in all honesty. And Talakai, I've been calling for his head for weeks. And Talakai has just cost the Sharks here. He has cost the Sharks a lot tonight. So for Talakai, send him back to reserve grade. Please, Fitzy. Please, Fitzy, send that man back to reserve grade where he belongs until he learns how to play. Is Talakai the worst, most undeserving State of Origin representative that there's ever been? Less than 2 minutes to go. The Sharks just cannot play footy against the Raiders for whatever reason. 8 in a row coming into this game. 8 losses on the trot. It's about to be 9. They just cannot play against this team. It's going to take a miracle now from the Sharks. One minute 14 to go. 1 minute 14 to go. It will take... They'll have a full set of 6 here, the Sharks, but they will have a full set of 6 from 10 metres out from their own line. Horse code numbers. Computer said no. Little Britain reference. I love it. David Williams, Little Britain. You have to wonder why Jack Whiten was even trying to play the ball quickly. Why was Jack Whiten even trying for a quick play of the ball there? They're up by 4, 1 minute 14 to go. Shouldn't they be killing time rather than trying to get quick play the balls away? All they have to do is run the clock down, Raiders. So the Sharks have got 1 minute 14 to go the length of the field. Talakai. Probably not the man who's going to do it, especially not tonight. He's had one good game against Manly, and he's done not all of anything since then. And he really needs to be moved back to the forwards or not play it at all. Here we go. Kennedy to the line. Ramian, they're all numbered up here perfectly in defense, the Raiders. 3 tackles gone. Inside the last minute. It's not all doom and gloom for the Sharks, though. I mean, they played abysmally tonight. But apparently they always do against the Raiders. 0 wins in the last 9 attempts going up against Canberra. And there's the game. Oh, you can see that the Raiders just wanted it so much more. The Raiders were basically playing for their season tonight. They wanted it more. The 5th tackle options for the Sharks remain an issue. And, 9 in a row against the Raiders. 0-9. 0-9 after the last 9 attempts. Sharks against the Raiders. And definitely not playing like a team that's finals bound. tonight. That's for sure. Neither one of them. I don't think either one of these teams, based on their performance, will feature in the top 8 at the end of the season. All right. Wasted World of Sports. Another massive weekend. Another massive weekend of NRL action. That's my team done and dusted for the year. But at least I've still got my secondary team, the Panthers. And we're going to be keeping a very close eye on the progress of the Bulldogs as well. So, don't worry. I'll still be around. I'm not throwing in the towel. There's still plenty to keep an eye on, even if my own team is crap. So, still plenty to follow along with for the rest of the season. See what plays out. Thank you so much for joining us here for this one. Appreciate your company as always. Wasted World of Sports. Let's see, what have we got coming up, actually, before I go? What have we got coming up? Let's check out the round 4 action and see what we'll be doing. Round 4. Okay, Thursday night, Eels, Panthers. Definitely happening. Friday night footy, Storm, Tigers. Well, the way that the Storm are playing might actually be a good game, but I'm not particularly interested in that one. Dolphins, Broncos. Yes, Friday night, Dolphins, Broncos. Saturday, Cowboys, Titans. Rabbitohs, Manly should be a good game. Okay, maybe I'll do both games on Saturday then. Maybe I'll do Cowboys, Titans just as a warm-up to the Rabbitohs, the Eagles game. And then Sunday, Warriors, Bulldogs, Knights, Raiders, Dragons, Sharks. Probably not. I'll probably have Sunday off. I'd rather not watch my team lose. Dragons, Knights and Raiders in the Who Cares Cup, and Warriors, Bulldogs. Warriors, Bulldogs might actually be a good game. Yeah, I think I'll take Sunday off. Okay, so Thursday night, Eels, Panthers. Friday night, Dolphins, Broncos. Saturday, Cowboys, Titans, Rabbitohs, Sea Eagles. Sunday off. So, yeah, it's the battle of the also-rans on Saturday. Warriors, Bulldogs, Knights, Raiders, Dragons, Sharks. None of those are top 8 teams, so who cares about Sunday? We'll do the proper stuff. Start of the weekend. Sound good? Sounds good. All right. Thank you so much. See you on Thursday night. Eels, Panthers. Till then, cheers.